Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable members, when the House suspended for the luncheon break, the honorable member for Centerville had reserved the floor. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And usually I would have a title for my presentations here, or the presentations of Centerville here in this honorable House of Assembly. And today the title, Mr. Speaker, is Great is Thy Faithfulness. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and members of the House of Assembly. Good afternoon to the entire Centerville community. I love you, I appreciate you, and from my family to yours, our love and appreciation to you always. Mr. Speaker, today is a monumental day for me. Not only is it the season of Advent as we prepare ourselves for the coming of Christ, but we are also able at this time to forgive ourselves and each other. Even though, Mr. Speaker, we may not forget, we understand the importance of forgiveness, truth, and the importance of our recommitment to progress. Today, Mr. Speaker, I woke up this morning and it was just a beautiful day in the Bahamas, as God creation sung his praises, and therefore, so will I. The only thing missing, Mr. Speaker, today was Auntie Linda's cupcakes and fruitcakes in the valley, Bridget's house that I get in Culmersville, missing my grandmother and her snapper and peas and rice that I had to go and deliver to my disabled cousins in Peter Street. My cousin, the cousins, the Olivers and Mason Addition, drinking eggnog. And most importantly, Miss King's Juju Tree on Lifeboy Street, now John Chipman Street, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm missing those coffee days and long lunches with my good friends. Mr. Speaker, I will miss the smell of the goatskin drums. I will miss the smell and the taste of flour pap and glue. I will miss the harsh but rhythmic sounds of the Valley Boys, the Saxons, and the music makers. Mr. Speaker, the energy of that sound that unites us. That sound, Mr. Speaker, that grips our very soul and reminds us of those special moments and innocent times when even gossip, Mr. Speaker, was friendly and church going was an occasion. Times, Mr. Speaker, when Bahamians' lives and loved ones mattered. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave today to introduce a book to the Bahamas and to all our Bahamian children. I will just put a poster of the book because it says coming soon, and I will put it up. This book, Mr. Speaker, will be published next year, and the pre-market for the book, I've been told, has more than 1 million subscribers from around the region and the world. The book will be mounted on the Centerville Facebook page and marketed through all media houses around the world. The book, Mr. Speaker, was done on behalf and to my children, Yulia, Rhett, and Starlette, and to all the children of the Centerville constituency and by extension, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The book, Mr. Speaker, is significant It speaks to education and to our democracy. It speaks to the talent and the intellectual property of our people. The creativity, Mr. Speaker, is off the chains. Mr. Speaker, we want our children to know more about our struggles, more about our history, and hence more about our political and our voting culture. Gary the Grouper Votes in the Bahamas is the name of the book. The book, Mr. Speaker, will be done in Creole and in Spanish and will feature a landmark ruling here in the Bahamas by Judge Burton Hall that was made in 2002 on our voting system and our democracy. A renowned judge, Mr. Speaker, from the Bahamas, who now sits on the United Nations Tribunal. Mr. Speaker, as elections approach and the seas and the oceans begin to roar, the candidates and parties presented themselves and threatened to eat up anyone that didn't vote for them. The candidates, Mr. Speaker, Ms. Gobbles, the killer whale, and Mr. Bitey, the great white shark, threatened to take back homes and victimize them and to destroy their families. Mr. Speaker, Gary the Grouper became concerned and feared for his life and the life of his family, that the bigger fish, the parties, would eat him up and destroy him because they would know who he had voted for. Gary the Grouper's concern, Mr. Speaker, led him to speak to other voters in the sea, such as the turtles and the dolphins, the starfish, and even the squids, Mr. Speaker. After sleepless nights, Gary came up with the idea that the only way he can exercise his right to vote and can escape the big fish is by removing the numbers of the ballots. He was quite right, Mr. Speaker. Voters were able to vote with no recognition. No one could tell who they voted for, and the seas and the oceans rejoiced. Mr. Speaker, what a marvelous expression of democracy. Mr. Speaker, the Centerville Thumbs Up Award today goes to Mr. Gladstone Stone McEwen. He is the author and writer of the book with illustrations by Lamont Missick, with sub-illustrations by my artists of the children, Yulia Rhett and Starlet Chipman, and other children in the Centerville community. Mr. Gladstone Stone McEwen championed the cause for our freedoms, our rights, our true democracy, Mr. Speaker, in 2002. He plaintiffed a ruling of Judge Burton Hall that cherished the secret ballot and gave our democracy real hope and real help. The initiative, though short-lived and, in my opinion, politically crushed, we battle on, though, for democracy and the freedoms of a people. Mr. Speaker, I would have told this House, and I will say it again, the Bahamian people speak a different language than these parties. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are here to debate the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2020. These amendments, Mr. Speaker, to the existing law are very clear. To establish a permanent register, beginning with the Register of 2017, it highlights the above action should be taken after the exercise of Boundaries Commission. Mr. Speaker, this new bill speaks to biometric voters' cards to replace the traditional paper cards, and it allows for the elderly to vote during advance polls or at some appointed time. It also, Mr. Speaker, establishes election offenses. Mr. Speaker, the independent constituency of Centerville thanks the Minister of National Security for indulging us to review the suggestions of the government prior to coming to the House. And we had open discussions about our concerns and also the attributes of such a task. Centerville supports the protocol taken, Mr. Speaker, and the protocol taken and those that have been established in your ministry, sir. The minister in this regard, as we are dealing with the fundamental rights of a people, understood that the protocol of collaboration and communication was important, and Centerville appreciates that. The preliminary meetings, along with the tabling of your bill, sir, Minister of National Security through the chair, was done in decency and in order. It held true to the hallmark of Bahamian collaboration, standards, dignity, and respect for our people. Centerville will only highlight a few of our concerns as mentioned prior, and just for the record. Yes, we would have liked to have seen it done after the establishment of the new register, especially that so many were displaced in Abaco and Grand Bahama as a result of Hurricane Dorian and as a result of COVID-19. The boundaries, Centerville expressed that they would have liked to have seen them permanent. However, we leave that as well in the hands of the Minister of National Security to ensure that no voter is disenfranchised. The biometric voters card is a good thing and should limit identification fraud and parliamentary registration corruption. So let me congratulate the government on their efforts to create and maintain a permanent register, the goal of which, Mr. Speaker, is no doubt progressive. Let me take a moment once again to congratulate my daughter, Yulia, who will be getting confirmed next week at St. Agnes Church. God has been very good to us. I haven't gotten to that part. Thank you very much. I haven't gotten to that part, Mr. Speaker, where I have to explain political tyranny to my children, and at the same time teach you what a great nation we have, and teach them what a great country we have and what a great people we are. Through it all, however, God alone remains our cornerstone. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking a lot today about my family because I know Christmas is coming, and I think we all ought to celebrate with our family and encourage them as much as we can, because during these hard times, they are and should be most important to us. If you look, Mr. Speaker, at The Guardian today, you would have seen an article congratulating and speaking to my cousin, Mrs. Elena Chipman Leaks. She is the proprietor and principal of Unbound Academy in Atlanta. That is what Bahamian talent can do, and we wish her all the very best. I want to take this, thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to wish Centervillians a Merry Christmas. We are preparing for Christmas in Centerville as we organize the Plantal Street and the Culmersville Parks. Physicians, doctors in Centerville are also assisting us with Christmas on Collins to bring a smile on the faces of our children in Masons, Farm Road, and Grandstown. And for that, we are extremely grateful. The Plantal Street Christmas pass-through will accommodate Windsor, Young Street, DeVoe Street, and Lucky Heart Corner. Mr. Speaker, the Chippies Decorative Entertainment Van, donated by my sister, Fontella Chipman Roll, will be going through the Culmersville, Roll Avenue, and the Valley and Canaan Lane, Fort Castle, and Hawkins Hill over the holidays. Mr. Speaker, the right to vote in any country is supreme. It's the ultimate expression of democracy. Any attempt to infringe on that right, directly or indirectly, slaps democracy in the face, and we become a part of a system of hidden dictatorship. Today, Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity once again to participate in yet another bill brought before the House. Mr. Speaker, as a young man on East Street, I voted in 1992. Back then, I thought I would get a government job. That's what we all thought we would do after you vote. After many trips back and forth to many ministries, there was nothing else I could do. I felt depressed and to some degree oppressed because I really thought voting made a difference or would make a difference in my life. My new MP at that time, after catching up with him, of course, at the floor of Parliament, looked me in the face and said, "There is nothing I can do." At that moment, Mr. Speaker, I said to myself that I must know more about this process to figure out why my representative could not help me. It is important, my fellow Bahamians, to take an independent approach to your vote. I would like to encourage all 18-year-olds to register to vote. You are the ones we will depend on to make a significant change in this country. You were born in 2002, when we and where we had an opportunity to have a democratic process in this small country that would have impacted even the lives of your parents in a way that would have meant a bigger, better, brighter Bahamas, even from back then. You were birthed at a time when the democratic system was challenged to be truly democratic. That challenge, young people, was brought on by Mr. Gladstone Stone McEwen, along with Gary the Grouper, who advocated that there should be no way to identify a voter's vote from his card. Democracy, Mr. Speaker, was shattered at the Court of Appeal in record time in 2002, days before general elections, as we heralded in another generation of Bahamians. Oblivion to the fight and the struggle of so many before, politics continue to challenge the erasing of our history and made us believe in them as individuals and not to believe in us as a people. This bill, Mr. Speaker, today is one, in my opinion, from the perspective of the permanent register, is very progressive. Its effectiveness, however, will depend on the independence, the professionalism, and the technical abilities of the parliamentary registrar and the commissioner and his office. It will depend on the independence, the professionalism, and the technical abilities of our parliamentary registrar. Mr. Speaker, a thumbs up is important to our democracy. It's even more important to our unity. I strongly believe that, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the Bahamas will lend and not borrow. I believe that we will be the head in the region and not the tail. We will be an example to the world. We will be an example of how we treat each other and how we treat our citizens. We will be an example in educational reform and an example in healthcare reform. An example, Mr. Speaker, not only in the region, but an example in the world. Mr. Speaker, we will show them the power of true democracy. Mr. Speaker, highlights of Judge Burton Hall's ruling, along with the repeal, will be posted on the Centerville constituency Facebook page as we continue to educate our children and the people of the Bahamas from our Facebook page. The book, Gary the Grouper Votes in the Bahamas, will be featured on our page and will be on the market late February. Centerville continues, Mr. Speaker, to take the lead in educating our people with regards their right to vote justifiably. Happy Advent to the community and the people of Centerville, and a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you all. To the members, all of you, to the members of Parliament, have a wonderful Yuletide season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may the love of God and the love for each other embrace our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, thank you on behalf of the people of Exumas and Ragged Island. I am grateful to have this opportunity to speak on their behalf on this important bill. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that we will support the bill. Our leader has gone on record. He's laid out our position very clearly. As a learned QC, he has addressed constitutionality, legal issues, and the state of the current register. So I won't delve too deeply into the bill itself. And of course, our colleague from Angliston will no doubt reinforce our concerns as she wraps. But Mr. Speaker, I'm focused on a few issues that swirl around elections in general in our country and require some reform. To that effect, I submit that whilst this legislation represents a good step forward, we do need broader reform in order to strengthen and to deepen our democracy. And we have to actually action it and not just talk about it, like we did when we talked about fixed election dates, or we did when we talked about two-term limits for prime ministers and the ability to recall MPs. Like those things we talked about on this administration campaign as a part of their platform. Likewise, the Freedom of Information Act, like this administration marched with we march. But firstly today, and foremost, I believe we need to seriously look at the issue of campaign finance reform in our country. If a country as large as the US and as awash in cash as they are can regulate money in elections, then we ought to be able to do likewise. They have their challenges. They do have their challenges. But there are regulations on the books, Mr. Speaker. As the OAS pointed out in its report at the last general election, the Bahamas has no regulations regarding political electoral financing or disclosure of sources of funding. There is no public funding for political parties or candidates, meaning electoral campaigns are privately funded. The origin of private funds is not regulated, and there are no prohibitions on foreign and anonymous sources. The Bahamas sets no limits on campaign spending, and political parties are not required to disclose their finances. In 2012, the OAS recommended that the Bahamas consider adopting a legal framework on the financing of political campaigns and parties, including rules that limit campaign spending and prohibit anonymous and foreign contributions, mechanisms to oversee the money moving in and out of campaigns, and a greater disclosure of information on the use of campaign funds. That's the OAS. And it is true, the public has no idea who funds our election campaigns. It is dangerous to think that the deepest pockets can bombard the public with spending and get an administration into office who is beholden more to their financiers than the Bahamian people. Not only is the perception completely awful, but it is a recipe for potential corruption and inside dealing. We have no idea what foreign interests may be involved in financing election campaigns. This too is very dangerous. It's a dangerous threat to integrity of our electoral process and to our democracy. It's all non-transparent, and it flies in the face of the spirit of accountability that should undergird why we come to this house. It also creates an unlevel playing field. And although I am a member of the oldest political party, and we do have some stripes, I think that political contest should be based upon action and ideas rather than finances alone. I'm not naive, Southern Shores, and I'm not naive enough to pretend that money doesn't come into the equation. I've experienced one election already, and I'm one for one, Southern Shores. Of course you need money to campaign, but I believe we can design a system where candidates who gather enough support prior to the election would automatically get a nominal funding from taxpayers. And we can also limit private contributions to political parties and political candidates. We can also look at limiting how much an individual can spend on their own campaign and what the structure would look like. This scourge of silent money in politics is far from being a problem that is specific to the Bahamas. But we have made attempts at reforming the register, but we have made absolutely no attempt to address campaign financing in our country, but we always pay lip service to it when we're in opposition. So whilst the idea of democracy is free, it does require certain costs to make it operate. Political financing is a normal thing that one shouldn't hold the view that all money in politics is bad. And I'm not saying that. But what we are doing in this country is essentially allowing those who fund our election to influence or control our democracy, when our democracy should be controlling who fund our elections. We can easily establish laws that limit who can contribute and how much can be contributed to political parties and electoral candidates, and how this money can be used. We can codify into law how this money is to be accounted for and establish a body to have oversight of this. As it stands today, we have nothing. Anyone can donate any amount in any fashion. No one regulates how the money is spent, where and when, and quite frankly, this is dangerous. To open a bank account, we need several pieces of identification. They want your grandmother's property deed, your birth certificate, a DNA sample perhaps, for $500 opening balance. But you could donate $1 million in cash to a politician for his campaign, and there is no issue. Surely we can see the inherent folly in this. What we need to do is adopt sensible, enforceable provisions as a start, as well as the resources to make sure enforcement is possible. And we can review the measures moving forward to see what works and what doesn't. You want to be able to move the system along over time, so you have adequate funding for political parties, but transparency as to how the parties and their campaigns are funded. The next thing we want to move towards and promote such reform is a more inclusive democracy. We have evolved over time, thanks to our forefathers, thanks to many of our freedom fighters. By this evolution, I mean that we not only do we want more inclusive representation in this House, particularly with women and our youth, but also we want more people who are eligible to vote doing so and making sure that they can do so more easily. This will be aided with a broad-based independent education drive on our hard-fought right to vote and the process of voting, how to register, and how to vote. And therefore, I call on this administration to use this opportunity and commit the resources for this public education campaign. I submit that our immediate focus must be on age 17 to 25. And then we can begin this process in a meaningful way in our schools at all levels. Most recently, I had occasion to accompany my eldest daughter to register for the first time. It was a proud moment for her, and an even prouder moment for me. I therefore encourage all first-time voters to do likewise, and to do so now. I encourage first-time voters in Exuma to register to vote as well. And as I did with my daughter, I will be happy to accompany you as well. You see, the right to vote is the backbone of our democracy. Our forefathers and mothers sacrificed much for this. We have a duty to expand it and ensure the greatest amount of participation possible in our society. No matter how privileged someone is or how seemingly disadvantaged someone is in the Bahamas, each person's vote counts equally. We need easy access to voting and easy access to register to vote. I think we need eventually move to the point where we can consider registration online. The pandemic has shifted many things more rapidly in this direction. And Mount Moriah rightfully referenced the elderly, but I do not believe that we have gone far enough in the digitization process, and we must continue to push towards these reforms. If I can renew my passport online, and I'm told we're moving towards being able to apply for a passport online and a driver's license online, then we should be able to register to vote online. I think this will capture more voters, especially younger voters, more students who are abroad, more disabled, and the elderly, who may not want to be bothered by going to register at the various places made available. And our leader rightfully pointed out that we must have more places available for registration rather than less. This would ease the burden on the already strained Parliamentary Registration Department and save money on the processing of paper applications. This would also cut down on some of the errors, mistakes we see on input errors, etc. I like that people over 65, as I mentioned before, are now allowed to participate in the advanced poll. I think this is a good start. It must also now capture persons with comorbidities and the disabled. I believe Yamakro endorsed this point as well. This can be expanded to a more efficient early voting process, going beyond just the advanced poll, but an early voting process as can be done in many countries. It can be expanded to anyone who wish to do so. And we will get here. Today is a start, but I encourage Mount Moriah to aspire for even more reforms. But I think voting should be more convenient, a convenient thing that doesn't necessarily involve standing in line for hours, the chaos experienced in previous elections. I'm sure many of you recall the advanced poll. It was absolute chaos. Again, these measures would do more to get more people out to vote, save time, and make the process more painless. We make it easier to register and then easier to vote. We therefore expand the reach. I also think we need to consider expanding and considering absentee voting. And in an environment where allegations of fraud is rife, we must do this in a very methodical way to ensure that we safeguard the system that we have fought so hard, and our forefathers have fought so hard to put in place. Mr. Speaker, I know that there is some level of responsibility for individuals to go out to vote and to find the means to get to the voting station. But you have many who have no transportation for doing so and who can't make it out on polling day. And therefore, these reforms will be consistently helpful. I would imagine many of our poor citizens are sometimes disenfranchised by this. Mr. Speaker, today I received some concerns from my constituency. And they are generally concerned about the biometrics card. They're concerned about fraud. They're concerned about what privacy issues may come out of the biometric process themselves. They're concerned that the regulations are stipulating what will happen here rather than the bill itself. And therefore, I urge Mount Moriah to go on an aggressive campaign to demystify the process of the biometric card. Education will be helpful in allaying some of the concerns, because no doubt you will also lay out what the many safeguards may be in processing these biometric cards. So I have communicated to you the concerns of my constituents in relation to the biometric card. I trust that you will make round, your parliamentary team, registration department, will make rounds to the Family Islands as well. I trust that at some stage we won't need to travel to New Providence for the advance poll. I trust that we will look at our country as the archipelago that it is and not just be Nassau-centric in our thinking. Mr. Speaker, there is also the question of the Boundaries Commission and whether its predominantly partisan makeup suggests the need for reform to an independent commission that will strengthen the public confidence in the transparency and in the integrity of the decisions taken. We want our citizens to be satisfied. We want them to be comfortable. We want them to have confidence that the lines that are drawn are based on standardized criteria rather than what might be politically expedient. The leader also pointed out earlier that even after the Boundaries Commission report, the Prime Minister may make modifications as he sees fit. I also think, Section 7, I also think another critical thing to address is the proliferation of what is commonly referred to as fake news. And I believe in 2017, this was perfected by some on the other side, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the member for Centerville has proffered a select committee to look into this issue. And it ought not be sidestepped, Mr. Speaker. I have seen over the past few years the soaring popularity of social media in the Bahamas and around the world for that matter, including the now commonplace use of WhatsApp. And in my estimation, I believe this is a blessing. But for our electoral process, it could also be a curse. It's now easy to reach tens of thousands with a single click. However, it's also now easier to misinform tens of thousands with a single click. It shows that while the human capacity for invention is endless, so is the human capacity for mischief and deception. People will clearly tell untruths about anything for any and no reason whatsoever. I honestly cannot keep track on how many times I've been lied on. And by people you would think would know better. I'm sure this is something that most of us could relate to. Actual news is now competing with fake news. And sadly, the fake news is giving the real news a serious run for its money. So much so that the fake news is causing many real news outlets to do sloppy work in a rush to keep up with the pace of fake or misleading information on social media. This is changing the way people process and relay information. Fake news and disinformation harm our democracy. So it isn't a question of if it is something that should be addressed. The issue is how we address it. As the government, there is a duty to promote literacy and professional journalism. And professional media should build public trust by more often correcting misinformation. The government should also enshrine more serious penalties into law for knowingly and intentionally publishing and spreading disinformation about public issues and about people in public life. It cannot just be acceptable to do so. I am still to this day shocked at how many people rely or say they rely on WhatsApp for their news. I am also often shocked at the tenuous grasp that many people seem to have on freedom of speech and the associated responsibilities. I think the penalties for spreading misinformation about public health issues, as we recently saw during the pandemic, were a bit excessive, but I do appreciate the intent of the law, and I invite this administration to look further on this issue. Mr. Speaker, the vitriolic, harsh tone, particularly in the 2017 election, and the personal and often false attack launched against candidates is a part of the reason why we oftentimes do not attract some of our best countrymen to enter the fray. When people work hard to build their reputations, the last thing they need is for it to be sullied with political nonsense. We must all endeavor to be more responsible and civil in our dialogue and in future campaigns. Mr. Speaker, I welcome this move today. We support it. I think we need to be doing more progressive things like this as opposed to the frivolity of what we sometimes come here to address. And I look forward to the further expansion of our democracy through measures like this. Our forefathers have constructed a great system of elections to strengthen our democracy. We have seen an evolution, including enshrining the right of women to vote and the right of the majority. We have a track record of high voter turnout. We have experienced peaceful and orderly transfer of power. So we owe it to our forefathers and our children to continue the necessary reforms. This bill is a small step in that direction. And we therefore support it. As I close, Mr. Speaker, in addition to encouraging the residents of Exuma and Ragged Island to register to vote, I also encourage my constituents to continue to follow the health protocols. There were 0 cases yesterday. But I am not convinced that COVID is behind us. And therefore, we must continue to follow all of the health protocols. Wash your hands, sanitize, avoid large gatherings and parties, and be sure, Mr. Speaker, to continue to protect your loved ones and yourself. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Exuma and Ragged Island, I thank you, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, the member for the Exumas and Ragged Island raised several matters. But I would like to just advise this Parliament that the Constituencies Commission is scheduled to have its first meeting on Wednesday at 10 a.m. That would be more of an introductory nature with some documents, including A copy of this current bill that is before Parliament will be distributed to all its members, and hopefully that will set the groundwork for us to do our work in earnest in 2021, early in 2021. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise on behalf of the great people of Central and South Eleuthera. Mr. Speaker, first of all, allow me, if I may, offer my condolences to the former Speaker, Mr. James Arthur-Lingham, and his family on his passing. A man of dignity who has always been a pillar of strength for the island of Eleuthera, a businessman, a pastor, one who never gave up on the island of Eleuthera, but who always believed that we can do better. And in his way, I must say, James Arthur-Lingham hustled and tried every day to make the island of Eleuthera a better place for all of us. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I will also offer my condolences to his niece, Lorraine Morley. She passed. So the Ingrams and the Morleys are related in Tarpon Bay. I offer my condolences to those families. Mr. Speaker, allow me, if I may, offer a few words on this Parliamentary Election Amendment Bill today. First of all, my hat goes off to the member from Mount Moriah on such a great job executing the Election Amendment Bill in this Honorable House today. Mr. Speaker, but a young man growing up in the island of Eleuthera was concerned about many things that took place during elections, Mr. Speaker. And I hope and trust that we as the legislators in this House today will not only correct the shortfall in New Providence, but let's correct the shortfalls in the family islands as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, growing up in the islands and being on both sides of the divide, Mr. Speaker, watching aircrafts drop out of the air, bringing residents from New Providence or Grand Bahamas or wherever they came from, being able to walk into our polls and vote, Mr. Speaker, persons coming from out of the country and voting. Mr. Speaker, things like that is upsetting to leaders like myself. Took place on the island of Eleuthera, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certain it happened in the other family islands. Mr. Speaker, no matter how we try to get around this, there's always been fraud in our electoral system. Mr. Speaker, we as legislators here can help to fix this by passing this bill, Mr. Speaker. But we must look at this bill very, very carefully and make sure that we cross every T and dot just about every line, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must be concerned about Bahamians that are living abroad that are coming home to vote during the time of elections, not taking away their rights as a Bahamian. But the fact of the matter is we have to make a decision whether we are going to allow them to be a part of our election process or not, Mr. Speaker. That is very, very important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also have what we call our students abroad. While I agree that our students have every right to come home and vote, Mr. Speaker, but some students, Mr. Speaker, are gainfully employed and still carry the status of students abroad, Mr. Speaker, which is not right. And so we need to get some things established in this country. And what I recommend today, Mr. Speaker, because of national insurance fraud that comes out to the Bahamas, that the parliamentary register always cross-reference with every single Bahamian to determine where these people live and where they are employed. Mr. Speaker, we talk about our privacy as citizens of a country, Mr. Speaker. But we must do our job, Mr. Speaker. There has been too much fraud in the elections in this country. Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament recently in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, just the election just a few years ago, Mr. Speaker, there were individuals who were allowed to vote without Bahamian status. And I end up with the documents in my hands, Mr. Speaker. And so what I'm saying today, it happens, and it's happening in our country. The individuals had voter cards. I had the cards in my hand with no status at all. This is not right. Honorable members of this House, we have the right to protect the democracy of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. This country is made and God has given it for Bahamians and Bahamians only. I said like my friend, one of our former members of parliament said, God gave this country to the Bahamian people. And if we don't protect the sovereignty and the rights of this country, Mr. Speaker, what will happen to our future generations, Mr. Speaker? I call on every member in this honorable House to play your role in making sure that we protect the rights of our country, Mr. Speaker. And that we must come together and rise up as one and take care of the rights of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's something that we always call, what we call floating ballots, Mr. Speaker. We can try to get around this and cut these corners as much as we like. It's a natural fact. It happened in this country. And if we don't be careful, it will happen again. And so we as the legislators must make sure that things of this nature does not continue to go throughout this country. Mr. Speaker, Central and South supports this bill. Central and South asks the legislators and asking the Parliamentary Register to make sure, check stock, to make sure that this register that we are going to implement is clean, Mr. Speaker. I have no problem supporting this bill. I think it's long overdue, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we support this bill. And I must say to my Prime Minister and to the Free National Movement, you promised it and you are delivering it. Mr. Speaker, I will now move away from that election bill if you would allow me for just a few seconds. First of all, I want to thank the good people of Eleuthera who stood by, who adhered to the law just a few weeks ago when COVID-19 began to ravage our island and the government saw fit to make some necessary adjustments to our daily lives. You did adhere. And today, you can honestly say COVID-19 somewhat under control in the island of Eleuthera. Despite the challenges, Mr. Speaker, Eleutherians came together and they worked hard to make sure that we were able to control it. No matter what, Mr. Speaker, I must say the Member of Parliament was dragged through the mud because of a decision that he made. Mr. Speaker, I made the decision then and I make it again today. If there's something that's going to harm the people of Eleuthera and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, I stand fully behind. I stand behind the decision that I made. But I made the statement and asked the government to lock Eleuthera down. The health team, Mr. Speaker, were the deciding factor who made sure they came and did their assessments and came back to New Providence. And, Mr. Speaker, they made the necessary adjustments, and today we are reaping the benefits. My word to the people of Eleuthera today, COVID is still alive. Do not take this for granted. Do not get complacent. Continue to practice social distancing. Continue to sanitize. And I'm quite certain we will have a great, great tourism season. Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's not easy being a member of Parliament in the Family Islands because sometimes we feel as if we are neglected, especially sitting in the back bench. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my Prime Minister and the Minister of Works for the job that they're doing in the Roxanne community, where there's some who today, after 25 years of asking for a dock in Roxanne, and because it's coming under the Free National Movement government doesn't want it, but they were crying for it just recently before the Free National Movement came to office, Mr. Speaker. And so today it is a reality. We walked on that dock on Saturday, and I was amazed to see what's happening in Roxanne, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during my first 2 years in office, I got annoyed with my party. And the Prime Minister knew I came on him several times, but because I didn't feel I was being treated fairly, Mr. Speaker. But I can say thank you to the Prime Minister and to our Minister of Works. Mr. Speaker, I want to set the record straight for the people of Eleuthera, if I may. We have today in Eleuthera, we have, excuse me, sir, I'm going there, sir. I'm going there, sir. I'm going there. And what is so that those who are posted are some of the individuals today who are working on the road now. And so, Mr. Speaker, we must be careful opposing for political reasons, Mr. Speaker. What is important is to be able to move our island forward, Mr. Speaker. But the time will come when we should join forces and join as one and come together and let's build the island of Venezuela, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I've been chastised because of the contractor who is doing the road work in Venezuela, Mr. Speaker. But I want every Lutheran to know that the contractors that we have in the island does not have the manpower, the equipment, and the equipment or the manpower or the funding to do the road work in Venezuela, Mr. Speaker. It is not about who the individuals are. It's about a Bahamian company that is capable of doing the work, Mr. Speaker. And we have to get away from this of pointing fingers, saying that because of an individual, that's who gets the contract. But, Mr. Speaker, this company that I'm certain will be able to provide and to do a proper job in the island of Venezuela. And while we have the contractors in Venezuela, this company will subcontract some of their work out to the people in Venezuela, Mr. Speaker. The community is next, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roxanne, Tarpon Bay, Governor's Harbor, and Hatchie Bay, here we come. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that today. The people in Venezuela deserve every bit of it, because we've been on the back burner for a while. And whether some want to admit it or not, this is not a political speech. This is fact. And Mr. Speaker, I am grateful. I'm grateful for the people of Venezuela that we are now beginning to rise out of the ashes. We are beginning to rise. I say continue to support me, because every day of my life, I put my time and energy into the constituency of Central and South Venezuela. With you. Or someone said, oh, let me leave that. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm here today, and I'm grateful. And I'm grateful for the support that my government has been giving me and to the people of Venezuela. And I say to you today, do not lose faith. Do not lose courage. Let's continue to fight this pandemic. Let's continue to build the island of Venezuela. Put down the political arm. Let's make Venezuela better. And when the time comes, we will fight in the political arena. Mr. Speaker, this bill, Mr. Speaker, is long overdue. Central Venezuela, Mr. Speaker, and this day supports this bill in the entirety, Mr. Speaker, that this bill will be passed in the Honorable House. Central Venezuela support.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lord, lead me not into temptation, but deliver me from all that is evil. Thank you. And I was always asked that question. It's proven to be so, but I'm not going to take that bait today. Mr. Speaker, let me first begin, if you would indulge me, to give my condolences to Mother Laura Benson on the passing of her son, and indeed also my colleague, the Honorable Michael Pintard, on the passing of his brother. My prayers are with that family during this time. I've also reached out to the Honorable Minister Romy Ferreira. And again, I want to convey my sympathy to you, sir, on the passing of your son, and also let you know that you and your family in my prayers at this time. May God comfort all the families and grant them peace all during this time. Also to the family of Reverend Lena Pratt, who was tragically murdered this past week. My prayers are also with that family. I knew Sister Pratt, Reverend Sister Pratt, and I pray that soul rests in peace and that the souls of all the departed rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, it is with profound pleasure and privilege to proclaim, pronounce, or even pontificate on behalf of the good and gracious people of Pine Ridge, who have afforded me this opportunity to be their voice and advocate in and out of this place. It is on their shoulders that I rise to interpose to this parliamentary election amendment bill, which I might add is a good thing. But I'm not absolutely certain at this time it is the right thing. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamians have become sinister and cynical about governance, apprehensive about governance. Because it seems like the more things change, the more they remain the same. It's good in the sense that this bill is modern, it is forward thinking, it's a part of electioneering progression, it speaks to advancement, the idea is good, but I'm wondering, is the timing off? Perhaps you would prefer me to break this down some more. A parent asks a child to mop the kitchen floor until they return. When the parent returns, the child says, I washed the dishes, I cleaned the counter, I cleaned the stove, and even cleaned out the refrigerator. But the parent's request was to mop the kitchen floor. The child would have done a good thing, but not the right thing. And the child was trying to figure out why the parent seemed so unappreciative. Sometimes when you listen to the government, they sound just like the child, trying to figure out why the people appear to be unappreciative. While we are here talking about a permanent registry, we have not yet acknowledged, nor have we done what we said we would do, which was to give the people a fixed election date. So now we're doing a good thing. But the obvious question is it the right thing? We manifested fixed election dates, and the people have not yet seen or heard anything in this regard. We stay doing this in governance, to an extent, in my opinion. It appears that we're always putting the cart before the horse. We bring legislation in here for mandatory evacuation, and then don't have a government-built hurricane-proof evacuation building for evacuees. So you don't want to do a good thing without ensuring that it is the right thing for the Bahamian people at the time. We spoke to a two-term limit for prime ministership. We have been hearing about this for the last 20-odd years. Mind you, some of the things that we spoke about requires a referendum. Prior to election, these were big talks in the government, the now government's mouth. After election, hardly any talk. Bahamians really would like to see this two-term policy for prime ministership. Now, what I'm about to remind you about, if I were leader, I wasn't going to make such a promise. It would have led, in my view, to intellectual dishonesty in the Westminster system. However, the leader that be promised this, and it was big, it was a big issue and seller to the Bahamian people. Let me remind you, fellow Bahamians, too, the speaker. We promised a record system for MP. Now, I would not have done it, but you did. Contrary to belief of many of you in here, Bahamians do not forget what you say, and especially what you promise. Notwithstanding your undertaking concerning these policies, I comprehend why you did not bring the recall system for MPs. I do. I know why you didn't bring it. Had we done so, the entire government would have probably fallen by now, because so many of you sitting in here would have been recalled. If you wish to challenge me, bring the recall system next week. Again, because the Pharisee was far, you see. Again, I wish to emphasize that a modern voter registry is innovative. It's a good concept. It's a good thing. But is it the right thing at this time? Here's the ambiguity that the government needs to answer. Why would you wish to bring a permanent registry to the Bahamian Parliament for approval when so many of our citizenry, particularly in northern Bahamas, have been dislocated and scattered throughout the archipelago? You would have more confusion with this registry when Abaconians and Grand Bahamians are scattered and temporarily relocated throughout this Commonwealth. And we haven't even gotten to the dead and missing yet. Why would this government wish to have a permanent voters registry without first having an independent boundary commission so that we can have these constituencies properly, if I may use the terminology, if I'm creating a word here, Seabreeze, boundarized? And to see how we can have equity as much as possible for equal representation in this place? A boundary commission would also avoid gerrymandering of the many constituencies. I would also presume that if there is to be a permanent voters registry, then should we not also be talking about permanent constituencies? So again, the perception is good, but the idea seems strange in this Dorian COVID-19 competent authority era. We acknowledge the registry of adding future voters, removal of the dead, and who should vote where and when, and whereas we grasp this, it doesn't mean that we've been good at it. If we stick with the 2017 register, then it would mean that some people will be voting from a constituency where only a foundation is left. What about the parliamentary rules that say you have to be living or residing in a particular constituency
Honorable member.
to be eligible to
Honorable-
vote.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mount Moriah on a
Member-
point of order.
Speaker, with all due respect, either did not, and you were invited to that meeting, the consultation meeting, to which you attended, and it appears as if you did not take anything away from that. The member is misleading. The member is misleading the Bahamian people. We're talking about a permanent voters register. We're not talking about constituency. You can be on the register and you can transfer from constituency to constituency. So it has no, but you can't be. You can't be aware of it because if you are, then it speaks to my point, Mr. Speaker, that he's misleading the Bahamian people. Intentionally, if he said that he is aware. I personally invited this member and other members to a meeting where they were briefed and were allowed to participate in the process.
You can invite me to all the meetings.
But you still, the member still comes here. And so you said,
I'm here to debate.
yeah, but you're
Honorable-
misleading.
On a point of order.
You agree, you agreed, Mr. Speaker, he agreed. Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
member.
he agreed because he said he knows. So therefore, he meant to mislead the Bahamian people. That's what he's saying.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not misleading the Bahamian people. I heard one of your members today talk about floating ballots. So these things occurred. We've had elections where the dead have voted and where lampposts and bushes have voted. Okay? So, but we're talking about a permanent registry. And the fact of the matter is, in East Grand Bahama, where you're talking about a permanent registry, you have some people who have moved out of the area while they're still building their houses. And so I have a right to speak to that. And I'm not off by mentioning it. No, but then don't tell me I'm misleading because I'm not.
And you agree that
Well, you can do what you can say, what you have to say in the wrap up. Right now, this is my time. And you allowing to collaborate with me prior to this have nothing to do with the debate. When you spoke to me, you spoke to me as
Honorable
a
member.
citizen.
Honorable member.
Not.
Honorable member, address the chair.
I took a lot from it.
Address the chair. Don't
Thank you,
address
Mr.
the
Speaker.
member.
And by the way, they didn't invite me to the meeting with the other members of parliament. They invited me to one separate and apart. One separate and apart. Don't tell after, so I tell all the story. No, because you have them.
no, you have.
You've created them.
Honorable members, speak to the chair.
What about the parliamentary rules, Mr. Speaker? That says you have to be living or residing in a particular constituency to be eligible to vote. This would disqualify many in Northern Bahamas at this juncture. If we were to do this right now, this voting season, if we were to do this right now, in my opinion, this voting season would be more confusing than any other time in past election. This is a Trumpian move. We would be creating chaos and confusion prior to our next election. Well, I see we will be seeking to improve the voter's card because there's no way you could be coming with those paper voters cards, so I commend you for that. We would need something like our driver's license that has our physical address and ID photo. So you're moving in the right directions in terms of a biometric voter's card. I accept that.
Thank you, Mark.
I commend the government for seeking to allow voters. No, you can understand that in a little bit. I can answer that for you too. In a little bit I can answer you on that. I commend the government for seeking to allow voters who are 65 and older, and I'd like to add the disabled, which was this, yeah, persons with disabilities. Yes, I think that's also a good idea, although I didn't see that in the bill, but I heard it this morning. Oh, okay. Just for those of you who believe I don't read bills. Also, I'd like to talk about these persons who are going to be able to do this in the advance poll, I think it's also modern and should be done whether we approve the voters registry or not. Okay, I know you could do it, but my point, yes, you can have your way. I'd like to also recommend that poll workers, and I know we do now by way of letter, but I'd like to include poll workers and agents for various candidates to also be allowed to vote in advance poll. Okay, I know you do, but I'm just saying by letter it is done. And in addition, to those who travel. Okay? I know it is there, but I'm just emphasizing because a lot of people don't know it. A lot of people don't know it. Whether we approve this permanent registry or not, these recommendations should still stand regarding the voters' cards, persons 65 years and older, poll workers, agents, travelers, voting, moving out before time. And perhaps we need to consider even advance polling for those who wish to vote earlier for some reason. Pine Ridge intends, and I make this point and I will be about my business, Mr. Speaker. Pine Ridge intends to run in the next general election, God spares life. Pine Ridge also intends to be returning to this place after the next general election, again, if God spares life. Pine Ridge may be many things, but Pine Ridge is not politically naive. I don't follow constituencies' names. I follow the people of the constituency. You're not going to play political games with me. And that's when they would then turn around and take the name Pine Ridge and stick it onto West End. And then turn it into Pine Ridge, thinking that I'm crazy enough to go run in West End, which is now named Pine Ridge. Oh no, I don't mean that. I've seen that before in this place. It happened to a place right there where the honorable member is now Bamboo Town. Bamboo Town was someplace else. The people were someplace else. But another set of people had the name Bamboo Town. If the powers that be seek to be, if the powers that be seek to be spiteful while continuing down the road of pettiness, deciding among themselves to remove Pine Ridge as a constituency, then I will see where the majority, you better listen, don't worry about me. I will then see where the majority of the people are and will be running in that constituency either way. I become a threat to the government's candidacy. You may give me a nomination, you may not give me a nomination. It will become very difficult, however, for any candidate who the governing party may nominate against me, even if he's a present incumbent. I ain't stupid. Removing Pine Ridge, and putting people, please do, removing Pine Ridge and putting my people into another constituency from the voters' registration perspective will not matter. I represent it and represent Pine Ridge to the best of my ability. And by extension, Grand Bahama. That wherever I run, the people of Grand Bahama will remember me as I have remembered them. I live by this biblical principle. Many are the plans of a man's heart, but it's the Lord's will that will prevail. No political will could supersede God's will. That word is for every and anybody who will make it applicable to their lifestyle. Many times, in order to know the will of God, you have to be gifted with a prophetic insight to see up the road over the hill, and round the corner. And I'm thankful for God, and I'm thankful to God for such a gift. It was I that stood in here and told us about the CIA, how it would become our downfall, cowardness, adultery, and arrogance. It was me that stood in this place and talked about quicksand. It was me that stood in this place and outside and say, please show me the check for the sale of the Al-Qaeda Hotel. I'm sorry to tell you, many of you in here, it's one and done. He said it again. Yeah, I'm sorry, because if you was listening, we wouldn't get this far. We wouldn't be where we are today if you was listening. That's true, and that's your problem now. That's one of your problems. You ain't listening to me. You ain't even listening to Papa. You ain't listening to nobody. I'm sorry to tell you, for many of you in here, it'll be one and done. Many of you have disappointed the Bahamian people. Not just the Bahamian people, your family and your friends. Even some of them have made up in their mind not to vote for you next time. Mr. Speaker, I can't tell you who's winning the next general election, but I could certainly tell you who's not. If you want to find out, come see me, Southern Shores, I'll tell you. I have a proven track record, you know. Don't mind North Abaco sitting there in the back of you. He know I got a proven track record from Bimini in the north to Anagua in the south. I thank God. I don't question that. I don't question that. I thank God for his anointing on my life to do so. Pine Ridge says again, this parliamentary permanent voters registry is a good idea, a progressive notion. However, for me, Dorian, COVID-19, and the competent authority causes us to question the time. Mr. Speaker, when there's so much cynicism when it comes to government, when so many people are disappointed and feel disenfranchised, and so many of our people are hurting. Nevertheless, my goal and objective is to continue standing on behalf of the people of Grand Bahama, Pine Ridge, and Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, these are interesting times. These are challenging times for our people. Whereas I understand the need for a voters registry, it's also a need for us to make sure we get it right and that we do it right. Mr. Speaker, may God bless you, the members of this House, Pine Ridge, and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Pine Ridge rests. Much obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I must say, I heard your opening prayer, and I believe the Lord answered it when you said, lead me not into temptation and deliver me from evil. As many, you recognize the Honorable Member for Golden Gate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good and resilient people of Golden Gate. I thank them for the opportunity to represent them in this honorable house, and I thank the Almighty God. Mr. Speaker, this is a groundbreaking bill. A continuous and permanent register has been long overdue. The Honorable Member for Cat Island, San Salvador, and Rumpke said that he always supported such a bill. But today, we are getting it done. We're getting it done today, sir. And we applaud the Honorable Member for his support of the bill. And indeed, the Honorable Member for Exuma, Right Island Keys, who also indicated that he supports the bill and prayers the entire team. Mr. Speaker, this bill could not have come at a better time, having regard to COVID-19 and the need to, despite our good progress, we still need to physically distance, we still need to wear our masks, we need to wash and sanitize our hands throughout the day. With this change, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that a lot fewer will be online waiting to register and reduce the potential for spread of the virus. Because the virus will be with us for a while. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, that just as young people graduate, as the Honorable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island said a moment ago, he went recently with his daughter to register, and it was a proud moment for him. It was a proud moment for me too, Mr. Speaker, when several years ago, I also had a similar experience where I took my son and my daughter to register for the first time. So I know how it feels. It's a wonderful feeling. And Mr. Speaker, just as high school graduation is a rite of passage, going to register right after graduation might also become a part of that rite of passage. And we would improve our chances of having more persons registered, and particularly our young people, if we can see this as all part of the same rite of passage. You graduate, you get registered. Mr. Speaker, this government is clearly very sensitive to the needs of our experienced persons, as our Governor General, His Excellency C.A. Smith calls them, those persons over 65 years of age or older. In this bill, provision is made so that they no longer have to stand on long lines for hours and hours waiting to vote, because they will now be registered as special voters, being able to vote on advance poll day when considerably fewer people vote, and there is rarely a line of voters. Mr. Speaker, this government is also sensitive to the needs of our persons with disabilities. We know that they too face difficulties being on the long line, hours and hours waiting on election day. Mr. Speaker, I'm informed, and so is this Parliament, that the bill will be or likely to be amended to include persons with disabilities so that they will also be able to vote on the advance poll day when considerably fewer people vote, and yet there is rarely a line of voters. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, there is a view and a misunderstanding that once the general elections are over, once they're finished, you cannot register. That has been an unfortunate misunderstanding. That has never been the case. Never been the case. You can register, as has been said throughout the day today, that you can register between elections if you became 18 following the election. That has been said. But this amendment makes it extremely clear to all Bahamians that you can always get registered. There's no registration period. It's a continuous and permanent register. Always. That's how it will be going forward. So the Bahamian people know, if you turn 18, you can always get registered. You don't have to wait for the election. You don't wait for a period leading up to the election. None of that will matter anymore because you can always register. When you turn 18 and when you move to another address, you do not have to wait for the next general election. You can change your voters' registration, and in fact, you are encouraged to do so. That way, the register will, as best as possible, always be up to date. So if you turn 18, go ahead and get registered. If you change your residence, go ahead. Go and change of voters' registration. Mr. Speaker, there's something else very important about this bill and what it will achieve. Mr. Speaker, I recall the most unfortunate election incident, some 33 years ago, Mr. Speaker. 33 years ago. Mr. Speaker, it was the election of 1987. I suspect, sir, that you, like many others, remember the incident that should not have happened. Mr. Speaker, we had an election, 1987, with two official voters registration lists on election day. Two official on election day. That's what happened in 1987 on election day. Mr. Speaker, just imagine, unbelievably so, that there were two official voters registration lists on election day in 1987. That's right, two. That was still and is today beyond imagination that ever happened in a democratic Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I recall well in 1987 when I said so 33 years ago. I recall well in 1987 when I went to the polling station to vote. When I went to vote, I did as everyone did. I presented my voter's card, Mr. Speaker, and my card number was read, as it always is. Well, guess what? Guess what happened next, Mr. Speaker? The election official who's responsible for locating the name and number on the official voters registration list said, I do not see it. He said, I don't see it. That's what they said. This happened in a democratic Bahamas. Then, Mr. Speaker, she said to the other person, would you check it on the other official register? Where, in fact, it was found. Where it was found, Mr. Speaker? Two official voters registration lists on election day. I personally had that experience, as did many Bahamians. Imagine that the general elections in 1987 had not one but two registers. Well, Mr. Speaker, with this bill, that cannot and will not ever happen again in this country. There'll be one register always. It'll be permanent and it will be continuous. One register. Mr. Speaker, that experience by the Bahamian people will certainly be a thing of an ugly and most unfortunate past. Mr. Speaker, I commend the honorable member, the Minister of National Security, and his team for such a groundbreaking bill. And I commend the Cabinet and the honorable member for Kalani and the Prime Minister for such a bill, Mr. Speaker. Groundbreaking. Mr. Speaker, with that, Golden Gate supports the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, as this is the commencement of the Advent season, on behalf of the fine people of the Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros constituency, I too would like to make a very brief contribution to the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2020. I know at the outset the Bahamas is the third oldest parliamentary democracy in this part of the Western world. And democracy, Mr. Speaker, is not inevitable. It's not certain to happen, nor to be sustained. But people, protocols, civil liberties and human rights, and other intangibles, and also some other tangible and a multifaceted approach are the underpinnings of real participatory democracy. Sir Winston Churchill, who would have lived from 1874 to 1965, once put it this way in an argument for democracy, and I quote, "No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all-wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government except all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. Therefore," end of quote, "amidst all of its follies and challenges, democracy is still the best form of government for and by the people. In these fledgling societies, the CARICOM region, third world, and also developed or first world states. There are some basic tenets of democracy that undergirds its functioning and its efficacy as a process that speaks to people representation, humanity, and real and meaningful participation at all levels of communities or in nation building. Some of these are, but not limited to, the worth of the individual. Mr. Speaker, democracy is based upon the fundamental importance of individuals. Each individual, no matter his or her station in life, is a separate and distinct human being. Generally, welfare of one or a few individuals is subordinated to the interests of the many in democracies. Also in democracy, there must be a process called equality of all persons. Hand in hand with the belief in the worth of the individual, democracy stresses the equality of all individuals. It holds with the Jefferson stated universally accepted refrain, it holds to that refrain, pardon me, all men are created equal. Equality simply means, in my view, equality to opportunity, equality before the law, the list goes on. Moving along quickly, Mr. Speaker, also in the democratic processes of the world that are acknowledged, majority rule and minority rights very critical. Democracy can be described as an experiment or a trial and error process designed to find satisfactorily, ways to order human relations on our everyday living in society. Democracies do not dictate that the majority always arrive at the best decision in public matters, but it should try its hardest to do just that. Of course, critical in the process of democracy is individual rights. It should be clear by now that democracy can only thrive in an atmosphere where there's individual freedom and the right of choice. Coupled with this is responsibilities and duties of the citizenships, or the citizenry, of a society, democracy and free enterprise systems, which we in the Bahamas have been grappling with for some time now. And there's been much said about P&P and capital goods investment made by private decisions, not by government directive, and the success and failure determined by competition in the market, whether we have economic forces and special interests, the list goes on. Free enterprise, private ownership, profit, competition, the list goes on, all a part of the democratic process. Well, what I like, as I wrap this portion of my presentation up, this is going to be very brief, is government and free enterprise system. I know the fact that I listened many times as a member for Kalani, but it said that, and he said it repeatedly, that he would be given through the government and agencies of his government assistance, especially to the young and to women. I would also like to say to the noble member that as the one who represents the Family Island, many of our businesses in the Family Islands are led by men. Not to be necessarily patriarchal, but in fact, that's where we are. Many are small businesses. And I would have gotten a call from one or two young prominent businessmen in my constituency who were concerned about this comment, especially those who are involved in the small boutique lodge industry and the bonefish industry. There are those who have the small mom and pop shop who want an opportunity. Our women have done pretty well. Of course, they also will continue to need a further assistance and facilitation and access and opportunity. But I'm also saying by the same token, we must be careful in the signal or the signs we're sending in our society when there is still much on the ground and much hurt and dislocation due to recent developments, especially due to COVID-19, the lockdown and the various accoutrements that could be related to these very challenging times. I go quickly, Mr. Speaker, in my final 2 minutes to local governments elections in the Family Islands. I must note the fact that we would anticipate that local government elections could be held soonest in Family Islands. It has implications for Family Islands. We know that local government agencies in our Family Islands are generally underfunded. Many times, not because of reckless or bad decisions or ill-advised ones sometimes. Because when you live with me, you kind of know what I need or what hurts me most. And I think in many instances, without even thinking about what could possibly happen at the national level, local government practitioners would have stepped in to try to fill voids in their local community. And I asked the competent authority stroke, the cabinet, the government, to think about the fact that local government in these districts would need more direct assistance and help during especially this Yuletide season. And if one were to go to an area such as mine, I speak more directly to my district, where villages, for example, and settlements such as Mars Bay and Pleasant Bay, to be namely, in my birth settlement of Smithsville and Deep Creek and Kemps Bay districts, need assistance to get these things done. Back in the day, we had local board of works that saw to it that these things were done. And they had funding to make sure these things happen. Today, we see the same challenges in areas going into Cargill Creek, where our people, Bowen Sound area, where our people are simply asking for graveyards or what we call cemetery in New Providence to be given a little assistance with walling, for example. If you can put sidewalks all over New Providence, we ain't asking for much. All over Mason's Edition and my stomping ground, Mason's Edition, McCullough Corner, in the heart of the world-renowned Saxon superstars. All we are asking you to simply do is put a little something in the Family Islands also. That's all we're saying. We want to cut the bushes, Chief Clark. You're from Kemps Bay like I am. We want to cut the grass on the park in Long Bay Keys. We want to clear the villages up in Peach and Grants in the back of the Bishop B. Bennett Davis, those father yard, the late Harry Davis and Mangrove Key. We want to do those things. We want a place that looks sprightly for Christmas. And I like the fact that, as a matter of fact, talking about Christmas, we had a family drive last evening. We went driving around, and I was glad to see in the roundabouts there are some signs of life. And you can see a little joy to the world, a little life in it. But I would have thought to it that the competent authority and those who have the wherewithal, my good friend is now the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Works. At this time when our society is just getting out of this challenge and the numbers are getting better for COVID and this reporting, to lift the spirits of people who were challenged most during these times. The Christmas lights shouldn't be downtown Mount Moriah, but the Christmas lights along Easter Street, along Wolf Road. Put them on Blue Road, man. Put them further south. But the people have been bogged. If he said behind binocular, the spirits they need to be lifted now. Let them feel Christmas over the hill. That's how I feel about it. Ain't nothing happening downtown. Ain't none of the shops open up. The Haymans do not mind walking downtown. I see you be getting ready for the National Christmas tree. That's fine. That's like the big one in New York, the big plaza downtown. You know, I have no problem with that. This will be our Times Square here. But I'm saying by the same token, if you're going to use and appropriate the people's money to make the people feel well during this Yuletide season with some good old Benny cake, put some lights over the hill. Light the people, make them feel better. It's the time to have their spirits lifted after almost 8 months of being bottled up in these due to the confines of the COVID-19 pandemic. So my thing is, Mr. Speaker, we must be mindful of just that. Also moving along at the constitutional level, Mr. Speaker, people our people were heartened to hear that they'll be able to travel to the Family Islands, not be quarantined. It's still not quite clear about the PCRT test and whether our people would not get them free. My thing is that I thought after the whole development with my member, with the good member for Exuma, and the government going in there, I think giving some free either antigen or regular tests, I thought we would have gotten it for all the Family Island people. My God, I mean, you come to town, you had a not so good crab season. The white crown pigeon season was not that good. Local government ain't got no money. I asked for a couple dollars on your behalf. Well, I don't know if that's going to happen before Christmas. Open confession is good for soul and body going on just on Thursday. So I could be open here today. I hide nothing. So you can't expect nothing from me if I ask and I didn't get it. So I don't need the story. I don't need the story to my people on national radio and TV. That's how it is. But the reality is this. Our people want to return home, and they still got to pay between $124 to $150 for this test. It's much. I'm saying for people in depressed Family Island communities such as mine, Long Island, maybe South Lutra, they're getting quite a bit of bunks, I guess, up there, and maybe my college. We should have paid only maybe $20 if we pay anything at all in these challenged Family Island communities. Some parts of Abaco got some problems, but they got plenty foreign direct investments in Abaco and Exuma, so they don't mind them crying for them out. They got plenty of people in their areas, you know? Don't mind them crying for them out. But at the end of the day, I am saying, here we are this afternoon. People in the Family Island shouldn't be paying no more, in my view, and they should have a clinic in town where they can go to. Not all over the place. If you're going to Fleming Street, let them go to Fleming Street. Most of them stay within certain confines. Make it easy for Family Island persons who come to New Providence for the Christmas to buy their grocery, to put on the mailboat, or to get on the aircraft to get back home, and to pay minimal fee to a public clinic. Not no private clinic, man. Not to pay this to the government clinic. That's my view. I think if the government giving a good rate at the test, the PCRT test, whatever it is, let the government get a couple dollars from the people who can afford it. And it shouldn't be at that high rate they got to pay to these 1 or 2 laboratories here in New Providence. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, the issue was raised by the member for during this Yuletide season. I must note the fact that you're getting a lot of concerns and calls about persons and their rents that are overdue, the rental assistance plan that persons haven't heard much about, light bills and water bills, and unemployment. And, you saw the whole effort the other day by Sabas and others. We thank them. Some people were not even grateful for that. And people, would have had their various comments, Here's a citizen in this country when others wouldn't have given back in no kind of way. And food prices keep on going up. I am praying for the day when we could find, once again in this country, another EJ Bow. Every day someone go to the food store. I would say the major food stores in this town. I'm not going to be namely, but everyone know what I'm talking about. Every time you go to these major food stores, when you go back 2 or 3 days later, the prices would have changed. That is unfair. Things are tough. People are unemployed. Many would have been furloughed. And these are challenges. If you think it's rough in New Providence, what do you think about Family Islands? And I must also include my leader also for Cat Island. It can't be easy in Cat Island. That's a natural fact. Things are rough in the Family Islands. I must end on the note that the deputy noted the whole issue of election finance reform. Former member for Charlotte, Alpha Sayers, sort of led this charge many times in this honorable place and spoke very strong on this matter. And there's been much said over the years as to the special interest in elections has been a major concern for years. And there's been a concern whether long-term campaign donors instead of constituents would be well served in these special interest assistance to elections worldwide. Special interest groups and lobbyists can influence campaigns and elections. Many describe them as pork barrel spending or log rolling politics. And we've been known to hear of environmental groups worldwide who've been known to spend large amount of monies leading to judicial review efforts, especially in the Commonwealth territories. I'll leave it there. And also funding their efforts to make sure who they consider to be their party win governments. This is real. These environmental groups have had great impacts in democracy. And we must be very concerned about these developments. It will come as no surprise to anyone that big money wields significant influence in Washington, and we in the Caribbean have not been removed from these developments. As a matter of fact, I noted where it says here, in Washington alone, over $10 billion has been alleged to have been spent in 2012 elections, doubling the figure that was spent in the 2008 elections, the first time one former president, Barack Hussein Obama, was elected. That's in Washington, D.C. district alone. So therefore, big money, special interests, has an impact on elections at the municipal, state, and the legislative level. There, so we in the Bahamas and the Caribbean region have not been removed. And I must note the fact that the buying of influence is critical, and it's a critical device in undermining real democracy. And it leads to people being hamstrung. And sometimes they're caught in a quandary as to electing and selecting persons who might not represent their very best interests. We in the Bahamas have had, more recent times, since 2017, a number of bills that persons continue to still agitate and be concerned about, namely the Commercial Enterprise Bill, the Immigration Bill of 2019, and now you have much discussions about the natural resources and aragonite discussions all over town, and the member for Pine Ridge and the member for Centerville, good member for East Grand Bahama, and also the member for Golden Gates, pardon me, as the select committee, as was before mentioned. We in the Bahamas, as the member for Exuma noted in the OAS report of the 27 election, noted the concern as to where we are very concerned. The OAS noted the fact that they're very concerned, and this not only related to the Bahamas, but also other Caribbean territories, about the sources of funding for these elections, as there are no prohibition to the amount contributed to political parties in the main. We don't know who gave it and how much would have come into our society. It has implications for real democracy. And the Bahamas is not unique in this whole underlining implication, because as a matter of fact, the issue of economic citizenship is a major concern regionally. And I would have been a part of some of those CARICOM meetings when there was much concern about citizenship and spending X amount of money and having certain rights. I remember sitting in one or two of those meetings, I think it was in St. Kitts and also in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and hearing some of the same discussions about economic citizenship and the whole issue of special interest and funding and election. So Bahamians are very much in tune with these issues. And I want our people to know that they will be watching very closely as elections draw nigh once again. I want to say once again, we need the government to pay attention to Family Island development, because Family Island people want local government elections to be held and to be held soonest. I would also like to, before I take my seat, to congratulate the member for Carmichael, lifelong friend of mine, the Honorable T. Desmond Bannister. His father would have served in South Andros as a district superintendent for education for many years, and persons like Mr. Norbert Ramming and Daniel Ramming, former administrator Francida Neely, L.C. Smith and Mars Bay and others, many of the older generation in particular, would know him very well. And Ms. Pressy Roll and others in the community of South Andros, not so old, would know him. So today I want to celebrate the good member for Michael in his absence. And I expect much from him as a boy from the Garden District of Andros. He's from Standing Creek. I expect even more now. So I would say to him, I want to say to him, I am very conscionable. The member for North Andros, got over $100 million worth of works in roads alone in North Andros. Almost every side street, almost every, he would have benefited much. All of his road got all reflectors on his road, all through them side streets. All I'm asking him is to let me get some roads in Central and in South Andros. He would have gotten very well. So I would say today we have come and we are in support of this bill this afternoon. And I note the fact that in its objectives and reasons, pardon me, it leads to the amendment makes provisions for the corrections to the continuous register of voters to be made to reflect any orders made by the commissioner and any report made pursuant to Article 70. It also, the bill seeks to enable the issuance of the biometrics voters card in the place of traditional paper voters card and counterforts. This is very progressive. I support that whole idea. And also, I like the provisions where persons who are 65 years and older, they're given the special provision of early voting, which is very good. Instead of having older persons standing around, and the Eastern District where I'm at St. Andrews, Mount Moriah, standing around, and older people holding on walkers and sitting on the wall and having to get up. And, you know, I would like to see at least the age of, I think me and South Beach had this discussion, at least 92 years old. So I might get there, but God has been good to me. I'm still tall, handsome, and in good shape. So I might not put on too much weight as I get older. So, and then, you know, so I want to be around, but if I might have to use a walk as I get a little older. But I like this exception for older people. The same way when you go to the bank. And the banks and these other agencies have not been consistent with this. At one time, you had this line that was properly demarked for older people or pensioners. And then senior citizens. And now you look sometimes, that line that's whittled right away. It is gone, it disappeared. And some places it has been removed. And I am saying that we got to be careful with these kind of things. And I want to commend you. They had chairs at one time for older people. And all those little things and provisions have been removed. And now with COVID, my Lord, you go to the banks and use the ATM machine. The lines around the whole wall. And I'm saying, and on top of that, with the COVID condition, sometimes you're standing on what we call it now the bride and sun. No, Abaco don't know about this. We call it the bride and sun. I mean, hot sun, man. No, Abaco, even the town, he's in the school in town for the most part. So my thing is this. So what I'm saying is that I am saying that when people understand the challenge that persons go through, especially in New Providence during these people already, the spirits already a little flattened, a little upset, a little anxious, and everything could trigger them. So I'm saying this is a very good process, hopefully, that we can have these older people taken care of, and this process can move forward. I would like also to see a political ombudsman also in this process, because there are those who have their views about certain people who would be a part of this process. I'll leave it right there. I won't go any further. I won't implicate or indict anyone's character. But also, everybody have their views about certain people who were chosen. I'll leave it like that. I won't implicate anybody. But I'm saying, at the end of the day, I think there could be one or two persons who, maybe a person could be seen as an ombudsman in this process, because if you're going to be removing some people's names, you're going to have the transferring of some people, which is fine. I heard all the stands really taken by the leader of the opposition, the member for Pine Ridge and others. And I agree, and also the dislocation and the Abacos, like my leader spoke directly too. This is real. But at the end of the day, people are going to be moving around, and, you know, this duplicate votings and everything else. You know, you could vote here in Nassau, but I was in Andros, so I registered there. Some people could try a little skullduggery. You got to be careful of these little things. So you got to keep your eye on them. And so I'm saying, at the end of the day, I would also like to have maybe someone that both sides could feel comfortable. You have your people there. But there could be someone that we can all come together with, and say this one or two persons also be a part of this process as an oversight committee or review committee to make sure this process is one that both sides could feel comfortable with at the end of the day. Removal of dead persons and everything else is important. That's important. I remember for Yamacraw, my MP, I heard, I wouldn't repeat those comments that he would have made earlier, but I am very proud to say this afternoon that we, on this side, because our party speaks to progressivism. We are the Progressive Liberal Party. So we like progressive development in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So this afternoon, we joined with our most eloquent and dynamic leader in supporting this bill today to have a permanent voters register. We want this process to happen. We want our people not to have to be looking for voters card and papers. So we got a little thing in your ID card and stuff in your pocket, you can keep it. That's fine, we support this. And so we in the Bahamas, we in the PLP would want new developments to take place to take the Bahamas to the 21st century and beyond. And Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of feeling good and it's Yuletide and thinking about the fact that we would want to have the same feeling in the Family Island districts, the local government elections, and to have their various parties and the administrators who would not necessarily call and report their challenges to their directors, but who would talk to people like the hometown boy. I would want to say that don't keep everything so Nassau-centric, Mr. Speaker, and light up Nassau Village and light up Golden Gates and Golden Isles and Angliston. Light up those family islands too and set a little something down where we can have something at the government's complex, or the administrator's office in Mangrove Keo and Fresh Pico and North and North Andros might not need it. I'm not saying they need it, but I'm just saying I'm speaking for me. But I'm saying at the end of the day, it's important. And so we need, and before I must know the fact that there's going to be a special concert on Friday night at the Central Andros High School that's going to bring the communities of Central Andros and North Andros together like we had last year, headed by the Apostle Dorinda Dane and also administrators Joseph Ferguson and also Administrator Glenn Campbell, where entire communities from from Coakley Bight, Mr. Lightborn, to Morgan's Bluff going to be coming together. This is when we put aside South Beach, the partisan divide. And we expect to have at least about 500 to 1,000 people there. But of course, we're going to have curbside and people are going to sit in the cars and we'll have social distancing it's a big old playing field we're going to be a part of. And be in the open air. God lives in Andros. And so we're going to be coming together for a good time. And it's going to culminate on Friday night at about 8:30, 9 o'clock with a special selection, a duet by myself and a member for North Andros and the Berry Islands. We're going to lead the way during this Yuletide. We're going to sing a special duet, "O Beautiful Star of Bethlehem, Shine On." And we will sing at the school. So we want everyone to come out on Friday night. We don't, if he just follow my lead, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. So, in the name of Mr. Speaker, we want to say thanks. I want to say thanks to you, sir, for indulging. And once again, I join my party's leadership, my leader, who would have spoken to the bill at length, expressed all the legalese and the challenges that we would have had and the concerns. I speak as a mere layman, and to say that we are glad, and we're looking for that day. We're looking for that day when the bell would be rung. When that bell is rung, I'll let Pine Ridge say, who would it be? I say, who will it be? When they say, ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, when that bell is rung, that's how it's going to be. So I am saying at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we are glad to be here. We look forward to everyone having a safe Yuletide season. And once again, we stand in support of the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2020. And may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
As many. Chair recognizes the member for Angliston.
Yeah, Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I am very privileged once again to rise on behalf of the good people of Angliston, whom I am so privileged to be able to represent, to speak for them in this parliament. This is a particularly difficult time, and I've said that every time I have stood. But I think it's my obligation to continue to highlight the challenges that people in that community face. Just last night, I heard from two women, different situations, both of whom have children and were sleeping in cars. I want to say that I contacted the Ministry of Social Services, and they were able to respond immediately and responding as we speak on some of in one of those cases immediately, and in the other one, which I brought to their attention today, they're dealing with it. But there still remains this issue of the food program. I don't seem to understand. I don't know who understands what's happening with it. I've raised before. I'll give you one case, and I told I'd raise it again today. There are 9 people in the house, 7 are children, 2 are adults, and nobody is working. And I'm just wondering, what happens to someone who's been taken off the program in the phase 1, now in phase 2 has not been added? 9 people, no income. And so I'm raising it yet again, and I'm hoping that the minister hears me, the prime minister hears me, and that we cause for some remediation or amelioration of this very, very serious situation.
Chair recognizes the member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, through you to the good member for Angliston. The good member just spoke earlier of a specific situation. And I ask all members, when you speak of a specific situation, you say Frankie Campbell and Renwood Wells, I'm able to make some inquiries, cause some inquiries to be done, as with the specific women and some things happen. So
we'll do that in that case. We just need to know where the relief is, if there's a gap. I also wanted to again raise on behalf of the reservists of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. They still say they've not been remunerated. They are those who were asked at very short notice to go into the shelters. They did so for months and months, and they said the agreement was, and the Minister of Finance is here, the agreement was that they would be remunerated at the scale of rank and file officers for overtime, and it has yet to happen. They're hoping it happens before Christmas. I know the minister said that he thought it had been dealt with. But I'm asking that we not ignore the cry of the reservists because they hold it together.
Chair recognizes Monroe.
Thank you so much. I thank the member for Anglican. As I would have mentioned during the last time this came up, I believe it was last week. Was it a few weeks ago? I said that some numbers were presented to us from the police force. A paper was taken to cabinet. Cabinet had approved the payment based on what had been presented by the police force some time back. And so we have the permanent secretary and commissioners are looking into any other concerns that may be out there. But as far as we are aware, that obligations would have been met. No one, I say no one, more committed to the members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, law enforcement officers on the whole, who continue to sacrifice themselves, including police reservists. All right, we're currently working on promotions now. They would have not received promotion in, I believe, more than 6 years. And so this is the level of commitment that we're giving to our officers across the board. Police, defense, corrections, everyone. Thank you. So, member, I'll get back to you on that.
I also want to, Mr. Deputy, raise the plight of the Bahama workers who've asked me to raise their plight. They indicate that they have not received the National Insurance Board unemployment assistance and that this has impacted thousands of employees at the Grand Hyatt, SLS, and at Rosewood. And so I want to, the minister is not here, but this is having a very serious impact. Can you imagine if you ain't getting $1? It's, I mean, you know, it's not easy. It's very, very stressful. And so I'm asking the minister, I don't know if he's in the precincts, to hear the plea, to say what the situation is and to do what it needs to be done to ensure that these people are remunerated. So Deputy, this is sort of unrelated to what I will go into, but I wanted to take this opportunity to remember the musicians in this country. It's just something that just came upon me, really. These are people who have not worked since March. And these are the individuals who put color, shape, rhythms, beauty in our reality. And many of them have not worked for 8 months or more, almost a year. And so I want to remember them. And because they've been out of our mix, when they come back in, hopefully when things pick up around here in the country, that we will ensure that we integrate our artists and our musicians and our artisans more sufficiently in what we do in our tourism product and in everything we do, because it is the intangible of our culture that makes us who we are and distinguishes us from everyone else. I also, when I was here last week, I raised the issue of Alukaya. I raised the concern that the chairman of the Alukaya board, whatever it was called, had a concern, and there are questions on the agenda about it now. But I want to lay another article on the same thing with the chairman, because no one has spoken to it yet on that side. That belongs to the Bahamian people. But this is where the chairman is saying that, and this is what he says, and this is from oh boy, what daily is this? This is from EW News, and the reporter is Royston Jones. And he says in this report, and this he meaning the chairman, Mr. Scott, he says that is why many of us are not happy about the present state of the negotiations, and we are trying to have it independently evaluated. What he's saying is he is actually independently evaluating the government and what they're doing in this matter. He goes further. He says, I am a fiduciary for the company that owns Grand Lucayan on behalf of the government and by extension the Bahamian people. I will regard it as my duty, as is every director of the board, that we seek and obtain the best possible use of the hotel as a catalyst for the redevelopment of tourism in Grand Bahama and for the Bahamas. And the report notes that the government has yet to provide details on the amendments proposed. I think it's a bit overdue now. The government needs to now report to the Bahamian people. We're hearing too much noise in the market about what's happening there, and the chairman himself says he has concerns in this matter, and there are questions on the agenda about it.
What other documents be brought up?
Yes, thank you. Can I do it at the end? Thank you, Mr. The other, I also want to raise this issue. I talked about Sandy Point also. I spoke about it more from an environmental issue, and it was ironic. The next day, there was a report in one of the daily newspapers, the Tribune, where it speaks about this deal. And this is from the Neil Hartnell, and this is the Tribune of December 4th. And in this article, he interviews the developer, Mr. Oh boy, I forgot his name, Altizos or something like that. I'll get to it. But he makes some observations. And he says that there's a document surfaced called Project Oceanside, which made some revelations about this developer. And I think if you read the article, the developer concedes that the contents are accurate. But what he says in this, what is interesting about this, because we've been told that land from this deal was going to be given back to the Bahamian people for a national trust type thing in Abaco. But in reading this, you find out what it really is. It's a land swap, not a land give. And the effect of that, of that land swap is that right now they have about 700 feet beach frontage. But with this land swap, with they being so kind to the National Trust, they get about 6,000 feet of beachfront. This is what the government has negotiated. We're also learning that the original construct, which was supposed to be Rosewood Hotels, Jack Nicholas, and Yacht Club de Monaco, according to this article, Mr. Benzur said this lineup is now much changed. So you're not even looking at that anymore. And so, and then there is the article speaks that there's a concern that this project is reliant on land speculation. And it also talks about the difficulty, apparently, of this individual trying to raise money. And so, you know, this is the very point that I was raising last week. And this is emblematic of the manner in which this administration negotiates deals on behalf of the Bahamian people. This now is appearing, it's causing some concern. So that's the Alukai, and now we're looking at the Sandy Port deal in this matter.
What are the documents you brought up?
Thank you. Can I do it at the end?
My only concern, Anglican, about members tabling documents after they speak.
It's just that taking
No, just 1 second. It says, another member may want to read the document and may want to refer to it. So that's the intent of why, in my view.
So would you stop the clock while I do it?
Yes, no problem. Definitely.
What's today for? 7th?
7th of December.
Well, he's anxious to have it, so.
It's the rules, my member. What are the documents we brought up?
Thank you. And so, you know, that is, we're now learning that there's more to that deal than meets the eye, and there's probably less to that deal than we were told. But in any event, we will be monitoring it, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to refer briefly to the member for
What are the documents do lie on the table?
Member for Freetown told me, said to the Bahamian people that the Prince George Dock deal was a better deal than the NAD deal. In the NAD deal, Bahamian people owned the airport 100%. He said in this deal, Bahamian people own 51%. He called that a better deal. And the Speaker, Mr. Deputy, I think it's very important for the Bahamian people to see how this administration measures good deals. I've already told you two so far. Now we have the dock and this being touted as a better deal when we owned it 100%. Don't forget, we owned it. Now we're back to a 51% paradigm. And the Minister of Tourism and Aviation is telling us this is a better deal, Mr. Deputy. I just want to touch briefly on the issue of the crime statistics.
Water. Chair recognizes Bamboo Town, the member for Bamboo Town.
Deputy, in the absence of the Minister of Tourism, I would have remembered the Minister of Tourism specifically relating to the fact that this was a better deal based on the amount of monies that was going to be coming back and remaining in country. Minister of Tourism stated categorically in this place that with the NAD deal, 78 cents out of every dollar goes back out of the country to the person who put up the loan for the NAD program. Subject, in contrast, Mr. Deputy, in regards to that which is at the port, 51 cents out of every dollar stays here and is in the pocket of the Bahamians who have invested in that deal. That is why he said it was a better deal for the Bahamian people.
Chair recognizes Angleston.
First of all, the deal that he speaks of was struck by a Free National Movement administration. So I don't expect the member for Freetown or Bamboo Town to come in here and criticize their deal. I don't think it's right that you do that. Don't do that. The second thing is the issue of the fact that the loan that you struck that takes the money out of the jurisdiction in repayment, it's still our asset, 100%. We are investing in a 100% asset. You saying you keeping the money here for 51% involvement. That's your mathematics. It makes you happy. It don't make me happy. Mr. Deputy, the other point I want to raise. Listen, man. You think it's a good deal. That's fine. Listen, man. You didn't express yourself. No problem. Mr. Deputy. Yeah, it's a Bahamian expression. I'm a Bahamian. And proud. Mr. Deputy, the other point is the issue of crime statistics. I want to just touch on it, right? And it's not to beleaguer or belabor numbers, because I don't believe in that. And I actually, if you check the record of me in this parliament over the many years, I do not get caught up in that, because I believe that we have a problem of violence in this country, that we have not had the courage to name it and shame it and address it. But on the issue of homicide, and I only want to do it because I want to give a more accurate reflection on what has happened here. There was a report in 2017. It was Mr. Greenslade who was the commissioner at the time. And this shocked me because I actually forgot that this is what had happened, because I was actually believing that the Free National Movement reached and everything was fine. But he makes this observation, and this is a Tribune report. It's January 12, 2017. The commissioner is Mr. Ellison Greenslade. And he says here, and the headline says, serious crimes in the Bahamas declined by 26% in 2016. The most significant year-to-year drop since 2004, Police Commissioner Ellison Greenslade revealed yesterday. And he said, and he speaks specifically, he says, this included a 24% drop in murders, falling from a record 146 in 2015 to 111 in 2016, according to police statistics. I raise that to say that in 2016, the trend began, a downward trend began. But unfortunately, even that was not reliable, because we saw that in 2017, it went up. We shared that period. And no, we shared it. No, this is May. We lost. It doesn't matter. You're missing my point. It doesn't matter. It went up in 2017. Okay. And then in 2018, it dropped. It dropped. It went down a drop of 25 less killings. And then in 2019, it increased again. So we've had an increase. Now, I was trying to find out what are the statistics today. 2019, homicides in the Bahamas increased. Sorry? It was 91, it went to 95. Yeah, okay. No, that's okay. All right. The point I'm making, Mr. Depp, no, I'm not yielding. No, I'm not yielding. No, I'm not yielding.
Members, are you rising? Munra, are you rising on a point of order? Yeah.
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
please permit me. Okay. We came into office. She started off. I started off by saying, "This is not about numbers." Okay, but she made it about numbers. So let's go to numbers. Okay. So when we came in 2017, May that is, the first half from January to May, she could check the statistics. Murders were totally out of control. Okay, totally out of control. Although the numbers were in 2017 were up, in 2018 were down, 2019, and even 2020. We're at a point now where murders can be down at the end of this year. Okay, our numbers we can be as low as we're talking early 2000s. Okay, numbers. I'm not saying she talking about numbers. Okay, in every category. In every category, numbers continue to trend downward. And we have the record to reflect that. And this is not only haphazard. This is based on this government, this human minister-led government, the promises that we made to the Bahamian people. Okay? And Mr. Speaker, this is not no guesswork. This is a well-executed plan. Are we there yet, Mr. Speaker? No, we're not.
All right.
I would be one of the first, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to say we are far from it.
Thank you, Madam Brian.
We're on the right track.
Thank you. You don't want to make it enough.
It's about numbers, and you making it about numbers.
I heard the number, but there's some reality. In 2016, before Hubert Minnis administration, I mean, if you want to put it like that, and you are doing this, in 2016, the trend began for the first time in more than a decade. This minister inherited a downward trend. And then you see.
What's the point of order now? I gave you a lot of leeway a minute ago. Yeah.
This minister, the member for Angleton, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is misleading the Bahamian people. One of the reasons why we're sitting here today, all right? One of the reasons why we're sitting here today is that the crime rate was totally out of control. And for this member to come into this house and to now say that they're taking credit, okay, for what this government is doing in relations to crime is preposterous.
Your point.
Okay?
Your point of order is taken.
And you are always welcome, Angleton. We will give you an overview of what this government is doing. Okay, but don't do that.
The member for Angleton. Yes.
And commissioner of police in this country. So who this administration sent to London to lead?
Order the document be brought up in case any member want to look at that. Order the documents be brought up. On one.
This government
yes, sir.
and we fixed it.
All right, Ma'am Mariah. Thank you, Ma'am Mariah. Ma'am Mariah, Angleton has the floor.
The point I'm making is this. It's right here.
Can you table it so in case somebody want to listen?
In 10 years or more that the trend began. This is a reality. The point I'm making, though, is not that, the point I'm not making, Mr. Deputy, please protect me from the member from Mount Mariah. Yes, it goes, oh my God, man.
Members. I know things are getting a little hot because Mama Mariah.
Are you embarrassing?
Let's let Angleston finish your presentation, please.
Calm down.
Members.
That can go viral, man.
Members.
Calm down.
The chair recognizes Angleston again.
Yes, the point I'm making is a simple one. The point I'm making is a simple one. Mr. Deputy, please protect me from these members. When you spoke, did I interrupt you?
Members.
Mr. Deputy?
One second. One second, Angleston. One second, Angleston. Members. Yes, you'll save your time. Members, I know, as I said, things getting hot, the numbers getting thrown around. And all of us to get out of here at a reasonable time, and Angleston can complete her presentation.
Thank you.
I understand. I know we're on the job, but we still have some order in order for the process to work properly.
Look at me good.
And members, can give me a gesture. The chair recognizes.
Look at this part of me.
Members, the chair recognizes the member for Angleston, Central Lutheran.
Mr. Deputy, the point I'm making is this one, and it's a simple one. That when it comes to violence in this country, see, I did this and I did that. Under this minister's watch, he had it going up and coming down. That's how it is. The point I'm making, though, is this: we have to be honest about what's happening in this country. We have a problem of guns. And I brought that study from the University of Bahamas. We're one of the top countries in the world use of guns, and we have a problem of violence. And we will get further if we're honest about what we are dealing with. No, Mr. Deputy, I'm not, please.
Is your point of
on the issue?
What's the point of?
What's the point of order?
One second, Angleston. Let me decide what the point of order.
Mr. Deputy.
What is the point of order?
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, the member continues to stand on her feet and make erroneous statements about crime, all right, and about numbers. Mr. Deputy, I'm the Minister of National Security, all right? Numbers fluctuated within the last 5 years under their administration because they were way over 100. This government hasn't seen numbers and the numbers that they have seen. So, Mr. Deputy, it's very easy for you to come here and say the numbers dropped over the previous year. Because if you had, Mr. Deputy, the numbers that they would have seen, 147 homicides, okay? We have to date, this is December, and we have 60 plus homicides. You're going to see records in crimes against persons and crimes against the property at levels that you've never seen before.
Thank you.
Okay? This Royal Bahamas Police Force, every officer will tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are very happy with where they are today compared to when they were under their government.
Thank you, Mama Mariah. Thank you, Mama Mariah. Hold on, the chair, one second, Cat Island. One second, Cat Island. 1 second, Cat Island. 1 second.
I don't do that.
Members, not overkill. This whole debate, members, this debate, I just want to, and the chair has been, as the chair has been on many occasions, has allowed the discretion of members to, because I see where this is digressing in the debate on numbers and police. I think the order of the day is Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2020. And we're halfway through the members' time. I'm wondering if we could pivot. I'm not telling you what to speak on, but I just want to get the issue of relevance. And secondly, because this is becoming, this is getting hot on numbers, et cetera. We haven't. Yes, please.
I'm going to lay it, because numbers speak. I'm going to lay the statistics for 2018. I'm going to lay the statistics for 2017. I'm going to lay the statistics for 2019, where there was an increase. And I'm going to lay this report
from Tribune.
In 2016, when there was a decline. The point I'm making, though.
I've been asking for them for a little while. Can you get the document, please?
The member misses my point. You see, I have a different point. And you know, the numbers you're talking about are almost over 60 in a lockdown and a curfew. I mean, it speaks volumes about the problems in this country of violence. But you said it's 60. We've been locked down. I mean, we locked down 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. But anyhow, they do this in Jamaica, you know, curfews in Jamaica. They do curfews in Jamaica.
Let the member sign these.
The point I'm making is, and you know, I think if I could respectfully say, the minister makes a mistake identifying his what's the word I want? His high performance. with murder rates, because we have a problem with violence in this country. Until we name it and shame it, we will always have a problem. This is the problem in this country. And so I've laid that,
Yes.
and it shows a fluctuation under this administration. Yes, the numbers are continue to, will have trended down, but they've also gone back up. And that's all the point I'm making. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, member.
Mr. Speaker, the
Point of order. With why the members rising?
Members, the rules of the House,
Yes.
right, are
Can be
continually
murder, man.
being abused by this government.
The rules. Which rule?
You have to allow members to make their contribution.
And then we had a chair. One second. One second.
Now, when, Mr. Speaker, and they have,
answering.
they're not answering anything. All they're doing is explaining.
Members.
Please give that member a copy of it.
Members.
Speaker,
Yes.
He will answer something.
all I've heard is if they have a point of it, the minister will have the opportunity. I think he's closing. If he isn't, then someone is closing. That's the way the rules go. The way it goes.
Let's move. Members.
Y'all are very
1 second.
disrespectful and rude, man.
Cat Island. The point, there is no abuse. There's no abuse of the rules. Can I have one member on Angleston? The chair is still recognizing Cat Island.
You're getting a reputation.
Angleston, the chair is still recognizing Cat Island.
His contribution without the constant interruption, right?
Bully.
Using
Trying to bully.
point of order. That's
Cat Island, thank you very much. It's amazing, eh? I'm saying this. That's one of the reasons why I tried to protect the member by allowing. Well, there were several points of order of mislead. The note by Mom Brian saying it was misleading. So he had to clear up some issues, and that's why the chair was trying to get the members in order, and even in a very nice way, very diplomatic way, I think, try to direct the member back to the order of the day, so that maybe some of that tension in numbers of police, etc., and crime, we could get to the order of the day. This is the Parliamentary Election Amendment Bill. I'm not saying the member cannot raise issues of crime. So, members, I know it's hard, as I said, but can we let Angleston, again, for the second time, finish her presentation?
And Mr. Deputy, I have laid the writings, the
We see them.
statistics, they are there.
Yeah.
They speak for themselves. But my point is not that, and this is what I was trying to explain. My point is that we must move beyond this small approach to what's happening in this country. Does anyone have a concern about what's happening, the level of violence in this country? You got 16 in lockdown, you had 100, then you got 90. The numbers are too high. We have a problem of violence in this country. And I'm inviting the minister to approach it from that way, instead of trying to get trophies for a couple of, down here and up there. That's all I'm saying, Stephanie. Stephanie, on the bill, as you've heard, we support the bill. It's a modernization of the electoral process for registration. It provides greater convenience. It hopefully will reduce fraud. And so we support it. I want to raise a point. I think the member for Pine Ridge raised it, but all those people that reportedly went missing in Abaco, they're not dead and they haven't been buried. So they're not in that database that the bill speaks to. And so I just want to raise that, because they may be on the register. There has to be we have to acquaint ourselves with that issue and to see how that will be addressed, because it's not in the legislation that we have just. And so. I said missing, like in the hurricane, no longer on the planet, okay? Mr. Deputy, the member for Exuma and Ragged Island, and I think also the member for Mangrove Key and South and Central Land raised this also. But I want to raise it because we come in here and we bring legislation from the European Union where they tell us that, do this or you'll be blacklisted, etc. And we rush here and we comply. Now, on this issue of elections, we know there's an elephant in the room. We know that. And the elephant in the room is the manner in which elections are conducted in this country on the ground. And this is the issue of campaign reform. Now, the member for Exuma spoke to this, but I'm going to lay it also. This is from the OAS report of 2012. And they said this in 2012. They said that the absence of regulation has the potential to impact the accountability, transparency, and equity of the democratic process. And then they talk about accountability and transparency. Okay, these are people who are observers to our elections. And this is what they said. Yes, they said in 2012, yes. Okay, you feel that makes you happy? No problem, if that makes you happy. Then again, in 2017, they came again and they made observations. And I'm going to lay this report also. And what they say in this, and this is not new. I mean, these are things that we all know. We know this, but we pretending as if it's, it's someone else's issue. This is what they said on public finance, and I'm going to just go down to the last what they said. The mission noted that there was no action in this regard. In order to guarantee a more level playing field and transparency in the electoral process, the mission urges the Bahamas once more to consider introducing legislation to regulate political campaign financing. What they are saying in effect is that the manner in which we are doing business in elections and in our democracy in this country. Now, bear in mind how these jump with the European Union when they say we're doing all these things. But this is where you have foreign entities coming here and saying that what we're engaging in is below a standard or potentially below a standard because it opens the door for all kinds of manipulations. And I think this administration promised that they would introduce legislation. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that we're doing this legislation because this is beneficial to this administration to a more efficiently quick election, if that's what they have in mind. But to get down to the meat or the bread and butter of how we do elections, I am not confident that we're going to see it because it's going to constrain a lot of activity that I believe is planned and probably underway by this administration. But the FNM chairman said that it was going to happen, and he actually refers to a 2018 U.S. human rights report. So we got the OAS, and then the Americans now are saying to us, and this is what they say, that our campaign finance system is largely unregulated with few safeguards against, listen to this now, quid pro quo donations. Quid pro quo donations, creating a vulnerability to corruption. Well,
where are you referring to, member?
Is it true? That's what we should concern ourselves about. Is it true? Is it true?
Remember, where were you reading from?
I'm reading from, this is from the
That's an article.
Eyewitness News on, I'm going to lay all of these things.
You're going to, Madam Anglishton, can you order the documents lie on the table?
Can you stop the clock, please?
Yes, I've already told you when you're doing it.
I know you'd wish it to be. But I ain't gonna let no one here try to bully me in this parliament. That ain't gonna happen. You could be assured. I could be right here. Right here.
Members.
When they say right chair, I can be right chair. Okay? That's fine. That's fine. What you think?
What are the documents?
You trying to intimidate someone? That ain't gonna work in here today, my brother. Can't happen though. Let me just assure you, right there. Can't happen. And so, the Americans have spoken to it, etc. I hear saying that's the Americans. Yeah, that's the Americans. The question though, is it true? What is going on in elections in this country? We have absolutely no regulation. None. Did I say none? We looked at other countries. We looked at, for example, we look at India. India has a code of conduct, a code of ethics. And then let's look at the things that they don't allow. They said the government may not lay any new ground for projects of public initiative once the model code of conduct comes into force. That means you can't be breaking no ground in Eleuthera or wherever, Exuma or Andros, wherever it is, when you get approaching elections. Government bodies are not to participate in any recruitment process during the electoral process. You can't hire. You can't be hiring people just before a general election. Candidates, and it goes on and on. That's India. And then I have here, this is the code of ethics.
Order, members, order.
Canada also has a code of ethics for their election. I'm only pulling out some. There are lots. This is the United Kingdom. Barbados, which is a CARICOM nation, has rules and regulations about funding, how you receive it, how it's spent. It has a limit on spending. So we, in the Bahamas, this financial services sector, and see, at some point, this is going to affect our reputation. We can get away with this for only so long. We have absolutely no regulation on how elections are conducted in this country. and you know, but we do have laws on our books. But let me just finish that point before I go. Let me just say, I want to read from some recommendations of a former colleague of mine, Dr. Marcus Bethel. And I can lay this was reported, but he made some recommendations, okay? We could sit in here and rah, and yeah. But we only got one country now. If you're all happy to play dolly house and throw the ball back and forth, no problem. But that is not my objective in life, Mr. Deputy. This is what Dr. Bethel says. He says, money buys political influence. Money buys political influence. He says,
members, order. Where is the article?
Do they disagree? I want to know all the Free National Movement members raising their voices in here. Do they disagree that money buys influence? Then can I make my point? Can I make my point? That's okay. Can I make my point? Don't say anything. Let me speak. Thank you. This tarnishes the concept of fairness and equality, and I want the Bahamian people to note the noise in the market on this issue, Mr. Deputy. This tarnishes the concept of fairness and equality, where governments and elected officials are expected to represent their constituents equitably, but find themselves influenced by wealthy individuals and well-heeled companies with vested interests.
I asked the member.
I said at the outset, you just keep it down. You're there. I said I'm reading from a reported article on the comments of Dr. Marcus Bethel. You didn't hear me? The date. It's August 2nd, 2012. Okay. All right. But we're now on 7th of December, 2020. Okay. And so, Mr. Deputy, campaign finance reform therefore will require. Mr. Deputy, could you
order, members. Let's give Angleston the respect, please.
I see, Mr. Deputy, it's very interesting how this issue. See, we know what time it is, you know. We know what time it is. It's this money issue. Be watching, Mr. Deputy. Campaign finance reform therefore will require political and legislative action to ensure fairness and equality. Then he recommends some things, and we could throw it out here in the Parliament. Establishment of a bipartisan electoral commission to monitor contributions to political parties. Establishment of caps on contributions from registered Bahamians. You know, in the United Kingdom, they do not allow foreigners to contribute. You know, that's against the law. For a foreign investor, see, that's the other thing you have to watch, you know. You have to watch when foreign investors are participating in your elections. Mr. Deputy, can you ask Golden Gates? You spoke, nobody interrupted you. Have some respect, man. Have some respect. Mr. Deputy?
Members.
Deputy,
Yes.
have some respect, Golden Gates.
Members.
Man. What they say in the United Kingdom, they do not allow foreigners to contribute to their elections. Now, is everybody happy with that happening? No problem. I ain't happy. I'm not comfortable. Now, if those on the other side who are all agitated over there, you know, I mean, when you look at some of these foreign investors, look at the Sandy Point one I just talked about, man. Look at that. The Oban, the Sandy Point, now the Alukaya. You know, we have to be, listen, other countries do not allow foreigners to contribute. They limit how much money, and listen, everybody benefits from it. It takes pressure off politicians, if you really think about it. It takes pressure off politicians because you are not being pressured to do a whole array of things. But on the issue of pressure, I looked at our laws, and I think the member for Mount Moriah said about enforceable laws. All we have to do is enforce the law, There are lots of things in this act, in the representation, what's it called? Representation of People Act. Parliamentary Elections Act, where it speaks about what happens in elections and what's accepted and what's not accepted. But I want to raise something in particular, because this one is really bothersome to me. And it's from our act, because we do have some provisions about certain things, alcohol, bribery, things of that nature. I don't think a lot of this is ever enforced, because it's happening. We know it's happening. Okay? Anyway, let me leave it like that. And this is what I found in the act, right? This is coming from, and I want to raise it in here because I want to highlight an issue. This is section 103, subsection 3. And it says, this is what it says. A person shall not A, print or publish, or cause to be printed or published. Oh, sorry, no, that's not it. Any bill or document. I'm trying to find the provision which deals with what these, no, not ballots, no. You make fun when the country is deteriorating. You go right ahead. Go right ahead. I hope the Bahamian people go to a higher level than what politicians do in some respects. Yeah, you can be there forever. Stay right there. You can be right there forever. You sound like you want to be there forever. I'm trying to find this section, but what it is, and I'll find it while I'm speaking. It speaks to any person who, during the election period, purposefully and with an intent, sends out misinformation or erroneous information about a candidate. Now, I say that because last election, there was a particular individual who specialized in this. I know because I was assailed by the lies and the vicious lies, but I was not the only one. There were others also. And you know what was interesting about that? After the elections, that individual got a plum position by this government. Now, I'm not connecting the dots, and I'm not saying that 1 + 1 = 2, but it's very coincidental that someone who went on such a vicious, scandalous, libelous campaign against candidates, which the act speaks to, could be so royally rewarded by this administration. And it's something to remember. We should have sued. We should have sued. You're right. You know what it is. Yeah. And the member spoke about that. Exuma spoke about it in total. But I'm speaking about a strategy, an apparent strategy that appeared to unfold with this administration. And so, of course, you heard the member for Exuma speak about freedom of information, and et cetera, et cetera. So I want to just end my presentation by just going back over my original points. One is that those people who I spoke for, that I'm asking the government to exercise greater due diligence on behalf of the Bahamian people in these foreign direct investments. On the issue of the crime statistics, that I'm urging this government to not wear badges of honor, but to understand that in the Bahamas, we have, and the global statistics are showing this, that we have peculiar problems of violence, and it's not going to be solved by no great politician who can parachute out of the sky. We have to get to the root of these issues to see how we can reverse this terrible trend in our country. We also have high levels of domestic violence in this country and rape higher than most countries in the world. And I say that only to say we have to see it for what it is and seek to bring some relief or reform for the situation that we have in this country. I don't know why it is. And, that's another reason. We got to find out why is it? Why are we having such high levels of violence? And then I want to recommend to the administration, I don't think they will do it. And I think they said we were there and we didn't do it. And we, and I don't want to speculate as to why we didn't, but then people could speculate as to why politicians do not want constraints on how they give out government contracts on election time, how they hire people around election time, how they get huge sums of money from foreigners and from wealthy donors in their own organization domestically. We can surmise as why they do not feel it is in their best interest to do that. But it's in the best interest of the Bahamian people, because we need a sober environment when people go to the polls, not who doing this and who doing that and who can give me this and who can do that. People have to consider in a sober way, what is the future of our people? What are the objectives that we are seeking to attain as a people? That is what we should be looking at. And of course, what's in it for me? I got children, I want them to have a life. This is what we need to take the carnival out of our election. And I am urging the government, but I doubt they will do it. But I'm putting it on the record for me to call upon us as a Bahamian people to bring a reform, to encourage the Bahamian people when they walk to the ballot box, that they do so with the soul of their nation in their hand. Soul of the nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member for Angliston. Thank you. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Pinewood. When members are exiting the house, when members are exiting the house, please, we can't disturb the house. The chair recognizes the member for Pinewood.
Mr. Speaker, may I have the benefit of the exhibit that Angliston?
Yes, sorry.
May I have the benefit of them? I'd like to.
Yeah, there's some a lot were tabled already. I think you referenced one other article, Member Angliston. What are the?
Yes, thank you very much.
What are the documents be brought up?
Because my time is limited, let me see the one of August the 2nd, 2012, reference to Marcus Papel, please. As soon as it is late. As always, I rise by the grace of God.
One second. Can you hold one moment, Pinewood? What are the documents? The document do lie on the table. Thank you, Pinewood.
Thank you.
There were several documents tabled. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's the one you
It will
wanted.
take me all day to follow every single one of them, which I was in my head and in my spirit. I follow in my spirit. Again, I rise by the grace of God and for the good of Pinewood. And I'd like to support all my colleagues and our condolences that was extended to our brother. And indeed, I want to, on the outset, thank and credit the Bahamian people under the leadership of our Prime Minister, because it was the work and the obedience and the diligence of the Bahamian people that has proven the point. When we decide to do something, we can do it. And I'm no way and at no time saying that COVID is gone. But boy, we got it down to zero. And I believe all of us owe the Bahamian people a round of praise, because if it had not been for their obedience, despite their pain, their anguish, their upsetness, everything else, this would not have been beaten. The orders could not have worked without their cooperation. And I want to remind them, as we guard our recovery, let's not slack our riding. Let's not slack our riding. We can't afford to go up in numbers just to bring it down again. Let's stay focused. Mr. Speaker, I sat through the whole
sitting in a house today and a lot of things I listen to. And permit me just for a minute to look at a few things, because I sense such a strong reality of disingenuousness. It is pleasing that the House seemed to unanimously agree on this bill at hand, and indeed should be something we should all agree upon, but yet in the midst of that, a lot of leaven being thrown in the lump left, right, and center. And quite frankly, to a novice like me, who is probably the least, and I don't say that disparagingly, among those here, especially those seasoned on the side opposite, sit here baffled at some of the things that are said, and I personally consider it as if they are preying on what they perceive to be the ignorance of the Bahamian people, and I find that rather offensive. There are more ways in which you could oppose and you could attack without having to be blatantly disingenuous. I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about in a minute, Anglican. I sat and I listened to all of the contribution. I listened to Exuma, and I remember out of his mouth at the last debate, because I wasn't here, and I listened carefully when he quoted saying, progress is better than perfection. It certainly was. And these are the points that I look at. First of all, we were speaking and you quoted it and you supported it. And it came out of your mouth. So you distance yourself from the words of the good Reverend. Is that what you're saying? You either accept or deny it. Remember, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I want to address the matters around this bill. First of all, it being a continuous register, and I'm pleased that the PLP supports it, because quite frankly, the cold hard simplicity of it is that this continuous register is built on their work. This is their register. Anything good, bad, indifferent, lopsided, unfair is their register that we fought battle with, and now we are carrying it on to perfection. So it's their work. So it's a feather in the hat that they had not outright criticized this, because that would have raised a lot of other questions about things that was problematic in that register. But I thank them for acknowledging that. I want our people to appreciate some very, very simple fact of the simplicity and the benefit of this, especially some of the automatic things. Our young people, as soon as you become legally able to vote, automatically. And most importantly, as soon as you die, automatically. That alone fixes a lot of problems in our sector. I listened to Exuma and all the concerns about double voting, and I'm glad that that is being addressed, because the way the system will operate, you cannot no longer come to Nassau and vote 8 a.m. and fly to Exuma, vote 2 a.m. Andros, that's 15 minutes away, vote 10 o'clock, and then go someplace else and vote somewhere else, because the way the system is integrated, it will stop that kind of double and triple voting within the system. That is very, very important. Exuma found room in his agreement with this bill to sneak a little jab at the Freedom of Information Act. And I always stand to be corrected, but I clearly remember that in this budget we inserted over $1 million that was geared towards preparing the country for the implementation of the Freedom of Information Act. You cannot release a freedom to the Bahamian people, and listen to me carefully, because somebody say I'm calling the civil service ignorant. I'm not. If the civil service is ignorant of the law and the processes. So we must prepare the civil service to be able to respect you when you come in there and demand your right under the Freedom of Information Act. They should know how to do it, what to do, when to do it, and that is why the monies had been allotted. So therefore, this administration had began the process of the implementation of the Freedom of Information Act. So again, that was disingenuous for someone who's right here doing that debate to make any assertion as if nothing is being done on that front. That is just fundamentally wrong. I sat and I listened to, I ain't listening because I think it's a bit important because they were talking a lot about crime or they talk about guns. I love guns. And one of the things that had vexed me and many legal gun owners in this country was the fact of how the former administration went up on the gun licensing fees. It went up so much, it's almost to the point you might as well just throw your guns away because you can't afford to keep it. A licensed shotgun went up, licensed rifle going up. And one time I went to the commissioner of police, the former commissioner of police, and I asked him the correlation between legal firearms and crime. And he said that there is zero connection between licensed firearms and crime. Zero. But yet they price us as if they have a problem with Bahamians having legal weapons. Not illegal weapons, legal weapons. And to this day, every budget cycle agrees me because the problem with governance is, boy, once that is on the roll as a tax or a budget, it is like murder to try to pull that out. It's hard to reverse something when it's already in and factored into the budget. That should not have been done. To all our people in the Family Islands, all the wonderful hunters and enthusiasts like myself, that is a problem, a major problem. And not only that, it brings an air of fear in the hearts of Bahamian people. The guns and problems that was around here was from the time when we were saying nation for sale and Norman's Key and the drug running era. We are still living victims of that right now. That's how it happened. Actually, I think it's a problem that a Bahamian cannot have a firearm and label it for self-defense. I could hunt for pigeon, but if someone come to rape and harm my child, I stand the opportunity to be convicted in court because some smart QC is going to come up and say, well, the gun was licensed or firearm. What you doing protecting yourself? Come in my house. I rather beg for forgiveness than let you harm my family.
Carry on smartly, Pinewood.
I sat and I listened to some of the statements that was brought out saying, from my understanding, one of them was very interesting. We do not want to be constricted as it relates to given contracts. And she spoke about things in this for Marcus Battle. Let me see if I can find the exact things that she began to speak about. The establishment of electoral commission, establishment of a caps on funds for national general by-election, establishment for caps on campaign finance funds. And she began to speak about a lot of things that sound so distant and far. And here it is. If you read right here in the House of Assembly for third reading, we have a number of interesting things that address virtually everything they try to disingenuously place on the heart of the people. Let me show you one. For third reading is House Assembly, item number 1, a bill to enact to provide the office of the ombudsman. But we ain't doing nothing. We have here number 18 for third reading of the bill. A bill to enact to provide the establishment of the body to be known as the Integrity Commission to promote and enhance ethical conduct for parliamentarians, public officials, and other persons, to provide measures for the provision, detection, investigation, and acts of corruption, to repeal the Public Disclosure Act, and to provide matters connected therewith. Virtually all the things that they begin to spell out and try to rub back on us is on our legislative agenda right before us right now in this place. Virtually everything they spoke about. If we look on this legislative agenda, you'll find that so many things that they try to make it seem and spin in this good bill that this administration is doing something untoward or is forgetting something, we find out that they're spilling things that we already do. And you know what? That is consistent with the logic that I've found even of the member from Carolina Rumkey in San Salvador, because I try to follow a lot of his speech as well. And Mr. Speaker, I got to lambaste the House a little bit because here it is. I listened to Carolina Rumkey in San Salvador, many of the speech, and I wanted to, during the break, to go back on the footage. And it's very difficult for me to find the footage. I try looking for 242 live stream. I try looking for everything else. So I could just go back on to make sure I was rather accurate. And so in my search for it, actually the only thing I ended up coming up with was something that our news actually posted. Can I drop and present? And our news had posted in relation to Carolina Rumkey in San Salvador's presentation in the House Assembly, and it reads this: from the House of Assembly, Davis that government should be dealing with more pressing issues. Moving towards a permanent register should not be controversial, the opposition leader, Philip Davis, said in the House of Assembly this afternoon. It should be seen as to be transparent, free from political interference. While he said the opposition support the amendment to the Parliamentary Registration Act, allowing the continuous register, he said that there are more pressing issues that the government should be considering. Mr. Davis says people are suffering, and this is what I don't like when we play on people's emotions. From the economic downturn, and the government should be looking at ways to provide them with more cash. That came to mind because here it is again, a senior parliamentarian in making this statement should clearly know better. First of all, I agree. We need to do everything we can. But just yesterday in the address of the Prime Minister, he and everybody else heard clearly, and I think it's for the third time, that the Prime Minister, out of the public purse, has extended the unemployment benefit for Bahamians yet again into the new year. We're not talking about the unemployment benefit you earned out of your national insurance payment. That had far gone long time ago. This is a cash-strapped government, just like you, in your home, who is fixing it up, wearing it out, make it do it out, and still finding a way not to let go of your hand and repeatedly extending over and over and over again. I think we've exceeded over $54 million. And yet in this debate, he raises this. We play on the people's emotion, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, and try to make it seem that nothing has happened. But we must help the people to face the reality. He spoke about small businesses. Yet again, we heard of numerous stimulus for small businesses. And the thing about it, this isn't just because of COVID. We started doing this from day one. But yet at every turn, they take these little sneak pokes, hoping that people didn't read the fine print. So I follow these comments by the member in this regard as it relates to the register. And then I listened to the Fiery Brand statements of Angliston about her comments and all the issues about, corruption and different things and concern. And in this, Mr. Deputy, I went so far, and I'm going to put it all in, I'm going to drop it up as my own, to read the article. Then I looked at one or two of the comments. Now I'm only reading.
Are you still on this article?
Still an article, all this coming in. And I'm only going to read the comments that was there up until the time I printed this document. In response to that very same statement, we want to hear, this is the people's voice speaking now. In response to this very same document, this is what the people said. And I don't know these people, I just call them their actual name because they posted it as a public document. So Adrian Ramsey answered on Facebook, say it appears that the leader of the opposition would lead a government that cannot walk and chew gum at the same time if he was ever elected as prime minister. Charmaine Johnson, the last person said, the last person to advise any government is you, Mr. Suck Your Teeth. Then I saw Madeline Thompson says, for real, suck my teeth. Then I saw, who was this? Where's that last one? Hold on, I gotta find that last one, because that one strike me. I hope pages don't walk up all the folders. Because I thought that sparked me to look into something. No, I gotta find out because I gotta represent the people's point of view. Boy, you think that? Oh, here it is. Yeah. Darren Daddy Turnquist says, this man opposed everything now. Whoa. Then Mickey puts a question. He said, why is Davis so silent on the natural resource issue? Say A, because he is also in on reaping the natural wealth of the people. And then he put both independent, meaning he didn't get for PLP or FDM. And he raised that point, and Angleston caused me to spur to that even more, and caused me to have to come to the point to ask some very relevant questions, because we started this session off on the point of the natural resources in that regard and what we'll do with that. We come into this with the Parliamentary Election Act amendment, and then Angleston and many of them continue to raise issues concerned with corruption, foreign money coming in and influences and everything else and so on and so forth. And here it is, one of the biggest issues that this country is facing now in the public domain is the issue of oil drilling. Oil drilling. And it's back and forth, and the young man asks it, so there's a member of parliament who's going to answer his question. And I randomly saw this because I was looking for the video, and this is what popped up. And so here it is. Now I have to ask, because it's a serious question. This speaks to the level of accountability Angleston. Because here it is, in December 2nd, 2005, the Bahamas Petroleum Company was incorporated by Davis & Co. Well, according to this, it says 2005. The stamp says 2005. My question is very, very simple. In the line of what Angleston was saying, and I don't care whether it's PLP or F&M, because I am concerned with the Bahamian people with this, because I think it's a shabby deal. But here it is, at the end of the day, I would like to hear from the Carolina Rum Key in San Salvador as much detail in the interest of the transparency that everybody speak about as it relates to this matter. First of all, I would like to know, because I've been focusing on politics that long, what role were you playing in government at this time, December 2005? Next, I would like to know who else, as obviously the law firm that is managing this account, who else in the Bahamas is able to benefit from this oil drilling, which I've heard over and over repeatedly that Bahamians can't buy shares in. If there are other people benefiting, and I think the law firm that handles this would be the one to address this question. And then I want to know, because I was hearing speculation, and I'm saying it is speculation that I'm hearing, that there are prominent persons that are directly attached to the leader of opposition, and also prominent persons who are attached to the party, who are still playing significant roles in this. And in the spirit of what Angleston raised with such great strength and vigor in this house, I want to know, did that influence the lousy, shabby, disgusting decision to give such a steal, a giveaway in concessions to this oil drilling company? I don't think, apart from research, and I hope the committee, Mr. Chairman Golden Gate, could find out if it's not answered here. I would simply really like to know. I am not making assertion. The reality is simply this. From this is the only one who may know. I'm not trying to be controversial. The Bahamian people have been asking this over and repeatedly, and I stand here to say also, if there's any FNMs involved, you too need to stand up and give us some idea what is going here. If your pen is on this document, on the genesis of it to get it all started up, then all of you stand up and show us what is going on. Because obviously, if there's skullduggery happening in this country, see, this is why I like what we're going to be doing. You know, I'm coming right back to number 18 on the third reading. A bill to enact for the establishment of a body known as the Integrity Commission to promote and enhance the ethical conduct of parliamentarians, public officers, and other persons to provide and assure for the prevention and detection of investigation of acts of corruption and to repeal the Public Disclosure Act. This is very, very important. And I hope out of all sincerity that we get a commitment with the same courage we stand against everything that in the interest of the same transparency every government claims to have, that we will stand up and let people know what it is. I can only ask. This Parliamentary Registration Act is going to work. It's going to help us all out. The Cambridge Act about the term for the Prime Minister, the term limit, that is coming. All these legislation are coming. But even now, we have an aggressive agenda that will ensure the same thing that the Bahamian people were disgusted about, that gave us a mandate to serve, is still being conducted right now. They wanted to ensure that there's transparency in the midst, and that is being legislated, and we're working that out. So again, somebody ought to know, and there is nobody more accountable. Now, unless you want to stand, and I am not a lawyer, and say, Pinewood, I cannot comment because this is attorney-client privilege. Hey, who am I to disobey the law? But I'm going to table this because I want, if no answer is forthcoming here, I want you, Mr. Chairman Golden Gate, through you, Mr. Speaker, to ensure, and I'm going to be the first one to ask of this committee something, find out exactly what's been happening. Because if there's one thing I do agree with, apart from the issue of whether we should drill or not, is that whatever we get out of our resources can't be what we've been seeing on paper so far. Because that is beyond highway robbery. That is actually treasonous. That we can get to the point to strip us of all of our benefits, and because the way it looks as if because you're cushy, these people got their break. If, and I don't know, if, because my mind don't go back that far politically. As a Foxville boy, as a church fella, don't go back that far politically. But if you were in office at this time, why did you not recuse yourself of this? But I'm going to leave this right now, and I'm going to table this. Mr. Speaker, I have one more issue that I want to raise, and that is very, very grave to me. My constituency, Pinewood, has been suffering, in my opinion, an injustice now for over 20 odd years. And that is 20 odd years because administration after administration had not addressed, what is today's date, the 7th? Has not addressed the issue of flooding in my community. I sit in this house, and I want to remind everyone in this house that first of all, I stand by the grace of God. And my scripture tell me that God says, my grace is sufficient. I have no problem standing alone. And I say that because, I want to admit this openly, because many times in my quiet time they come in my spirit, I know politics in the Bahamas is a very dangerous game.
Order that the documents be lying on the table.
So, Mr. Speaker, I don't stand up here randomly. I know my family is in danger when I speak truth. I know that. I know from my spirit how dangerous some people are in Bahamian politics. But if my lot is here to represent God, people in any state, I will do it without fear. And I will lean on God to cover me. That's no cliche. That's no cliche. Pinewood has suffered an injustice for a long time. And my politics doesn't supersede my divine conscience, period. And I remember every time I stand here that this seat does not belong to the FNM, it does not belong to Reuben. This belongs to the residents of Pinewood. This administration has been doing good by Pinewood and this country. I don't blindly support this administration, no way. My conscience won't allow it. I'm the kind of man, I want to see the wall I going into. I want to see the battle I go in. Don't cover my eyes when I go. So everything I say is blatant and deliberate, and I mean it with all my heart. I mean it with all my heart, saying that Dr. Hubert Minnis, in my opinion, and I will stand alone at that, until God tell me different, is the best person for this country. And I am afraid of the alternative. I really am. But I want my people to know that what Pinewood needs falls within the money category. So I'm speaking to each one of my cabinet colleagues, Bamboo Town, Southern Shores, Kalani, Mount Moriah, South Beach, Seabreeze, Garden Hills, North Abaco, Marco City, all of you guys, I'm speaking to you. Pinewood need deliverance in this term. We have paid into this consolidated funds after countless MPs, after MPs, after MPs, after MPs. And if God is going to take a simple shepherd boy, not a QC like the last Attorney General who's a member of Parliament, not a cabinet minister like Baron Woodside, not a cabinet minister like Kalish Rule, but I tell you, as serious I am, we need to do what we need to do for Pinewood. I have stood up here and I have supported everyone in this house because I was doing the politics of Pinewood, and I'm calling in that debt right now. In this upcoming budget, the people of Pinewood expect to have monies allotted for the fight against that flooding in that constituency. And no one can tell me after 25 years that they have not invested enough in this country and the consolidated fund to be justified and an allotment of whether it's 5 million, 10 million. We have done miracles in this hard time. And whether COVID is here or not, I am standing here saying Pinewood deserves it. We are at a point where we're testing things that can work. Do not leave Pinewood. Do not put me in that position because you will lose against my conviction. They are God's people. So I'm asking you, and I can ask you because, see, I am standing here not questioning your loyalty and love from Pinewood. I'm standing here because I believe I can count on it. And I'm asking you all to ensure that by next year budget, that there is a clear line item, that there is an allotment for relief and satisfaction for my constituency. That is all I ask.
You have 2 minutes. You have
That
2
is
minutes.
all I ask.
2 minutes, Pinewood.
So again, I make the public appeal. Please ensure that these people experience people's time and allot what needs to be allotted. And I have to say this because it's in my spirit. I cannot and will not support a budget that neglects Pinewood not again. They will not have another MP that will sit by and watch bridges built, roads covered, monuments built, great things done for everybody else. And I'm happy because we're all Bahamian and Pinewood is left behind. I cannot do it. Please, you're already on the right track. But I still have to lay it openly to you right now. I have to be honest with you up front. Not no surprise thing, wake up in that. Please, support, make room for the residents of Pinewood to give them that relief that they need. Mr. Speaker, Pinewood rest. Let me give you this, Mr. Speaker.
No, 1 second. Order the document. The document you brought up. In the interim, the chair recognizes the member for Angliston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I didn't want to interrupt the member, but I believe that he might have run a risk of sort of misrepresenting the journey of this oil situation. Okay, whatever it was. Yes. Okay, thank you. Mr. Deputy, this is a very emotional issue, and people have strong views on it, one way or the other, that it should not happen, that there should be a referendum, et cetera, et cetera. So there are those who support it to see, or they want to learn more. This is where we are. But I don't think that we should assert facts that leave out essential components of the facts. And one of the essential components
Order the documents to line the table.
that when the Christie administration approved this, it expired. It expired. And it was renewed by an F&M administration in 2008. They know that. They got the files. So, you know, it is what it is. Bahamians are awakening to these issues. It has to lead to a conversation, and decisions have to be made. But we can't make it sound like them bad boys do you're bad, when you know you had a hand in it too. So let us now, and in fact, I'm told that the deal, the rates that we're now dealing with, that the member criticized, is an improvement on what the FM administration had agreed. So, and I think in fairness to the member for Cat Island, he does not act for this company. He did at some point many years ago, but he does not. And I think we should be fair to a colleague and not, do a blanket, then it's no longer relevant. So I just want to say that, we should be honest, Mr. Deputy, that this is something that both administrations have dealt with, have given the green light to, and this is how we get here. Now, how we move forward is the order of the day. And I think that is what we have to meditate on and contemplate on.
Thank you, Angliston. As many, yes, I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Very quickly. I stand firm behind Angliston. And personally, I couldn't care less. There's the TLP after that, you can resurrect the UPP and anybody else need to resurrect. It is mess, and it should not happen. What I spoke to is very simple, and I didn't put an allegation. I asked for representation. I only find it slightly amusing that third chair would answer for first chair. All you have to simply do is just simply say, Ramming, hey, it don't go so. That's, no, I accept what you're saying, but you're speaking on behalf of somebody who's actually right here. And the mere fact is the human people want to know. So, Mr. Deputy, I'm satisfied with this, that the chairman and the independent members on that committee will find out what is what.
Yes, sir.
And I will stand with them to ensure that wherever the chips fall and however it go, that is actually presented. But we need to know. And somewhere along the line, it doesn't matter who renewed what and did what, it started someplace.
Okay, we don't want to get into the whole debate on that again. Thank you very much, member for Pinewood and Angliston. The chair recognizes the member for Mount Moriah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you and the members here tonight. Please forgive me, I just want to veer a little away from the presentation, my close, because I feel that it's very important for me to speak to some of the issues that were brought forward here just moments ago. Mr. Speaker, this government, since coming into office, promised the Bahamian people that it will do all that it possibly can to reduce the high levels of crime in this nation. The levels of crime in this nation, we would all agree, is still very high. And that is not lost on us by any extent. We recognize that there is a significant amount of work remaining to be done in this country. And we are committed to do just that. You see, Mr. Speaker, this government has invested in time and resources, human capital, as well as financial overlay, and law enforcement from our inception. When we came into office, we met a very demoralized Royal Bahamas police force. Many of the other agencies' morale were extremely low because there was a perception that those agencies were too political. A report was done that pointed out some factual information, and a report was distributed to every member in this house. You see, Mr. Speaker, we are here today as a government because of some obvious facts. We are here today because the Bahamian people were sick and tired about the increasing levels of crime in this nation. Now, let me say again, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that we are not there yet. I have said it over and over and over again. Members of this government have said it over and over and over again. We're not there. You see? But, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we're committed to the men and women of law enforcement. You see, Mr. Speaker, some comments were made in here earlier about some awards. I want to speak about the award that we had won, the National Neighborhood Watch Council, formed under this government. There are more than 150 groups throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. A few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, this group of Bahamians from communities throughout the length and breadth of this country were able to partner with the Royal Bahamas Police Force and won the Best Community Policing Award for large agency by the noted law enforcement group throughout the world, the IACP. We now are celebrating, Mr. Speaker, We Are One campaign. And under the auspices of the NNWC and the Royal Bahamas Police Force, there are a number of initiatives. It was opened by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister would have issued a proclamation. And you see, it's interesting, Mr. Speaker. The comments that were made earlier by the member for Angliston were interesting. Because a few weeks ago, on a Saturday, the NNWC, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, under the We Are One campaign, launched its cleanup campaign. And it was launched from the member of Angliston's community on her basketball court. And she celebrated. Her and I were right there taking pictures. But yet, the member will come in here and tell you this government ain't doing nothing.
Point of order. Just you.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I didn't have any comment on the National Neighborhood Watch. So I don't know how we got into this. Secondly, I never said this government is doing nothing. What I said was, and I'll repeat it, that on this issue of violence in this country, that I'm urging politicians to not take solace when the count go down 10 and you still got 60 or 70 killings and homicides in this nation, in this small nation. That we need to look at crime and violence in this country in a different way, and not in a political way where the politicians say, I do this, and the next one do that. Because at the end of the day, no matter what you say, as we speak, last night, we having killings in this country. We have a problem of violence. Let us face it and deal with it. That's all I'm saying. You have a problem with that?
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, the member started with a quote on numbers from a former commissioner of police, and she bragged about it. When you had murders in the No, no point of order.
Hold on 1 second,
Okay.
1 second.
No, hold on.
Members. Member Ryan, let me, point of order, what's the point of order, English?
First of all, Deputy, I think the memo was a bit too sensitive. I wasn't bragging about anything. I was showing that in 2016, for the first time in 10 years, there was the beginning of a downward trend in murders in this country. But even that, look at where we are now. The numbers are too high. We're in a curfew, and you got 60 people killed in a curfew. So the point, I did not brag. All I did was indicate that statistically, the process of downward trend was first noted for the first time in 10 years in 2016.
Thank you very much, English. Thank you, Member.
It's absolutely incorrect. When we came in and we had 94 homicides, that was the lowest number of homicides in 10 years. They never recorded anything under 100. Everything was in excess of 100, 146. You break under
Members, we're not going to be back and forth on every. No, 1 second.
Under the PLP administration, you break murder records every year, every single year.
Member Ryan, I understand.
Every administration broke records. That's a sad story with the Bahamas. I just want to say this, but the number is misrepresenting. It doesn't matter if it's 50 or 100. No, because the point is not the numbers. The point is the trend of the downward trend began in 2016. That is the point that I made.
Thank you.
The downward trend. It might have gone from 140 to 120, but it was noted by the Royal Bahamas Police Force as the first time in a decade where there was a downward trend. And it's been more or less a downward trend.
Okay, thank you.
Except it's gone up a little under their watch, but that's not my point.
Mr. Speaker, this member stood up and began her comment referring to a former commissioner, and she was excited about the downward trend in homicides. They have never recorded homicide numbers under 100. Everything was 120, 146, 100. And so in 10 years, when we came in, all right, our numbers were the lowest in 10 years, and that was 94, 95 homicides.
Members,
At no time,
1 second, English.
at no time while they were government,
You want a point of
they
order?
recorded numbers so low. She made it about numbers, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to say anything else about it. That's a dead issue.
Do you have a point of order? Because 1 second, English. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. The member merely, I was listening very carefully. The member merely repeated himself, and you've already answered, gave a response to that. I don't want. I'm saying, I don't want every two words that come out of a member's mouth. Right?
I think he misrepresented me, though. Let us say that it was 120. It was the genesis of a downward trend.
Yeah.
So hopefully, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but-
the genesis
Yes, but
of a
you made the
downward
point.
trend.
Made the point 3 times. Can you carry on, Member Ryan? Carry on, please.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it's interesting that when you're opposition, it's okay when you're opposition. But when you are the government, it's okay. But when you're opposition, it ain't okay no more. All of a sudden, okay? Everything is erased. Yeah. You know, and when we come to this place, Mr. Speaker, to speak to bills that we're passing, oh, we did that. We had that ready to go. But where is it? Okay, where is it? You talk about a government of transparency. You come to this place. You come to this place and talk about what we're doing. All right? Under the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And I can go to it, Mr. Speaker. Under the Fiscal Responsibility Act. There is a section in there that talks about the contents of pre-election update reports. Pre-election update reports. This is a government that is transparent. We don't pretend. We don't assume. We don't swing. Okay? We don't deceive. We don't plot. We don't plunder. We come with facts. one term, two-term prime minister. We talk about election reforms. All of these are on our agenda. All of these that we promise as a government that we will deliver to the Bahamian public, to the Bahamian people. We're not hiding anything. Look at this. Okay, a bill for an act to provide for an office of the ombudsman. Okay, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment, all right, of a body to be known as the Integrity Commission. All right, we can go on. A bill for an act to provide the framework and procedures for the public procurement of goods. Okay, a bill to an act to establish an independent body to manage the administration of the courts. This is what you call transparency. Okay, it's on the agenda. You don't bring it. You don't even have the intestinal fortitude to put it on the agenda. But you come to this place when you're opposition. All of a sudden, it's convenient. It's convenient. The Bahamian people have bought that. They're tired of that now. That old playbook has gone out of the window. Okay? It's out of the window. All right? To date, Mr. Speaker, to date, despite Dorian, despite COVID, this government would have passed at least 140 bills through this parliament and continue to do so for the good of the Bahamian people. Not for individual good, not for the good of an individual or groups of interest. You see, so don't come to this place and pretend as if you are goody two-shoe and that you got it all down. A lot of what you see here is as a result of what you have established. You have been the government in this country for more than 35 years. And you have nothing to show for it. Not a single thing. Not a single thing, Mr. Speaker.
The point of order.
Okay? But you expect the member for Angliston.
The member is on the point of order, Mumbai. What's the point of order, member for Angliston?
The point of order is that the member just told an absolutely, factually, historically incorrect comment, and it really undermines his entire presentation, because if that is what he believes is true, he is saying that in 35 years, the Progressive Liberal Party has done nothing, has nothing to show for it. Honestly, let me just to prove that he's not speaking the truth. He said he just made an assertion of fact.
Yeah, and you said that he's incorrect, factually. You wanna go into debate on that now?
A couple of things.
No, we're gonna get up all line.
Then the Progressive Liberal Party took office in 1967. You had one public high school. One. And it led to the highest and most rapid acceleration for the Bahamian people that has ever been seen, probably in any nation, anywhere in the world.
Thank you. One second.
Yes.
Angliston, well, your point, your point, yes. Thank you, Angliston. So I think you meant that's your opinion, not the your opinion.
But what I'm saying here is would the member is expecting, and I know that this government is doing a tremendous job in trying to get things through, but you expect for us to solve all of the problems in 5 years that you haven't in 35 years, okay? That you haven't in 35 years. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We still have another year plus to go. No, I'm not going to draw it. Just let me continue. Let me continue, please.
The member said he take it back. I take that as
I take it back.
He said he take it.
So let's say you go to 65, but in recent times, your performance. Okay, let's go 2 years further. 67. Anything else? Not 1990s, 2000s.
No, we're not. Carry on, my point.
I'll only take you a second. You can sit down and tell me. Thank you, sir. Huh? No, I said we talking about you now. You're 35 years. Very little. You started off with a bunch of fire, and after that, you fizzle. All right? Okay? You fizzle after that. Right? Okay? So I mean, you can't, Mr. Speaker. You know what is interesting, Mr. Speaker. You know, we were ushered into office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were ushered, Mr. Speaker, we were ushered into office because the Bahamian people were sick and tired of the deception. They were sick and tired not only of the deception, they were sick and tired of the corruption. They were sick and tired of high levels of crime. They were sick and tired of promises. They were sick and tired of special interests. So they were sick and tired of all of those things. I can tell you, special interests, you have done nothing for the people over the hill. Absolutely nothing. Okay? This prime minister here, this outside toilet still in this country after 35 years, and you can celebrate? You can only go back to 1965? Please.
What's the point of order? What's the point of order?
Please, have a seat.
What's the point of order, Englishman?
The member is misrepresenting the historical fact of this country. In fact, you know,
Englishman.
well, you know,
One second, Englishman. 1 second. I mean, come on. I mean, 1 second, Mom Mariah. Miss Mom Mariah. The opinion, the member is, Englishman. This is Parliament. The member is expressing his views. But Englishman,
first of all, we weren't there for 35 years. No, we were not there for 35 years. The Free National Movement has been the government longer than any other government in the last 30 years. This administration, the FNM. So when he talks about that, I mean, the outside toilet, they're still there? You've been there 3 years now. You got an over-the-hill program. They still there? Mr. Deputy.
I don't see your point. I don't see your point of order. That's his opinion. We'll be here all night of every.
The point of order?
The point. Englishman. The chair don't get the point, but serious, respectfully.
I will speak on member statements to that member.
You do that. Do that.
The people of over the hill, Einliston, St. Barnabas, okay? These people are excited by the fact that this prime minister, this government, continues to put its money where its mouth is. We don't make promises. After 35 years, you still have Bahamian outside toilet, have to go to a pump and pump water, right? And they're talking about progress. Over the Hill Initiative, they have a special interest initiative, not an over the hill one. All right? This is a government. This is a government that is committed to the people of this country. Okay? Mr. Speaker, one can imagine. Which government would you have preferred to be in a time like this? Which government, Mr. Speaker? In a time of Dorian? In a time of COVID? Which government? You borrow a few dollars and you can't find out where it is before it walks out of the bank. Okay? Mr. Speaker, with the side opposite the government today, we would have been in some serious problems. And Bahamians know that. So all your talk and all of this yap, that means nothing. Bahamians are tired of it. No, my face ain't angry. I'm not angry, I understand. I'm not angry. No, you don't have to be. Hey, Cat Island, you don't have to be concerned. What you have to be concerned about is that you have a member of Mount Moriah who can keep you in check. Ain't gonna allow you to get out of the way. Okay? Ain't gonna allow you to get out of the way. I come in for you right now. All right, Mr. Deputy, let me get to the substantive business. Because today the members use this period as filler time. The side opposite, filler time. I can deal with that. Okay? I can deal with that. But just let me go to some comments, Mr. Speaker, that were made earlier. Let me start first with the member for Cat Island. It was not lost on me, Mr. Speaker, that the member for Cat Island, throughout his contributions, continued to say, I know, I've been there. As a matter of fact, he boasted that he personally knew the founding members of this nation. Member for Cat Island, I don't know if they are happy with you now, wherever they are, because you've been there, but you've done very little or nothing. Nothing. And you come in this place to criticize this government for its successes? My. You know where I'm going. It is one thing when you would have been somewhere or been a part of something and left a legacy. But it is another thing when you have been somewhere and done nothing. Right? And done nothing. All right? And criticize and seek to criticize those who are in fact doing something. On the other hand, it is a sad commentary when you could brag about being somewhere and there is nothing to show for it. That's something, eh? You can get away with bragging about being somewhere and you have nothing to show for it. I knew the founding fathers. The question is, you knew them, but what did you learn from them? That's the question. Okay? I didn't say they didn't do anything. I did not say the founding fathers did nothing. I did not say that. So don't put that in, but that doesn't matter. PLP or F&M. I did not say they did nothing. Okay? But as I said before, on the other hand, it's a sad commentary when you brag about being somewhere and there's little or nothing to show for it. 35 years, been there, done very, very little. As a matter of fact, you can only go back to 65. Okay, let's go to 67, 2 years. What about 2000? All right? And so, you know, this bill.
Member for Mambarai, while you on your pause, I'm going to recognize a member for Bamboo Town.
Yes, for 5 more minutes. Let go out. 10 minutes.
Well, that's even more reason why he needs to get up.
Yeah.
The chair recognizes Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do move that the business of this House to continue beyond 7 p.m.
Members, 1 second, Mambarai. It's being moved and seconded that the business of this House carries on, continues beyond the 7 o'clock hour. Before you proceed, Mambarai, I'm just going to let the speaker take the chair because I think we're going to go into committee next.
Are you to criticize the reform? And I can speak back. Huh? Huh? I can keep going. Yeah, I can keep going. Bring it.
Mambarai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My cousin is imploring me to talk about the reform. I think that's another way to say gee. But I thank the members on both sides, Mr. Speaker, for their support of what we consider is a very, very important bill, one that really sets the stage for the transformation of voting in this country and how Bahamians approach it. I think the contributions today points to the fact that the support was there and there was not much to say in relation to that. And I just want to say to members as well, there were some of the concerns that were coming out about voting stations, about registration, and all of that. They are administrative issues, Mr. Speaker, right? There's no need for us to point to them in this bill. And so I just want to assure the members of this House and members.
On one, would you yield, Member from Mount Moriah? Thank you.
Honorable member from Mount Moriah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying just before you stepped in, I am grateful on behalf of this side to extend our appreciation to all the members for supporting this bill. And as I would have noted, that I took note of all of the administrative concerns that came out, like additional voting stations and, of course, voting and things of that nature. And just to assure members that there is another component of this, and it needs not be legislated, and which is it speaks to the operation and the function of the Parliamentary Registration Department. And the side opposite and Bahamas everywhere can be aware that this government is paying close attention to that. Our focus is to transform the Parliamentary Registration Department to ensure that it meets the needs of the Bahamian people. That's what our focus is. And we intend to take this straight through. This is yet another one of our government's commitment to bring a greater degree of transparency and transformation to not only the voting process, but to every aspect of government. And we are doing that. It's good to know, Mr. Speaker, that despite the fact that we are in some difficult times, last year was no different. We had Dorian and now we're in COVID. Yet this government continues to deliver to the Bahamian people. Sometimes some may feel maybe not as fast, but that's understandable, right? But one thing is for certain, that you have a caring government that continues, Mr. Speaker, to live up to the promises that it would have made to the Bahamian people prior to coming into office. This Hubert Minnis-led government is serious and committed to delivering to the people that placed us here. And we never take that for granted. And so I say once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act. As many members as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act.
For the second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further second readings. Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House with Deputy Speaker and Chair.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House and the Chair. As many members are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose would stand. The House now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House and the Chair.
Committee of the Whole. Chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I do now move that the long title of the bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Act be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 16 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 16 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 16 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clause 17 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 17 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. The chair recognizes the member for Yamakro.
Mr. Speaker, I rise and move the following amendment to clause 17B of the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2020, and it reads as follows. In the new paragraph F, insert immediately after the word "and is" the word "a person with disabilities or."
Been moved and seconded that clause 17 of the bill be agreed as amended. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 17 of the bill is agreed as amended. Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 18 and 19 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that clause 18 and 19 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 18 and 19 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the bill in its entirety as amended be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be accepted as amended. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety as amended.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the Speaker takes the chair.
It's been moved and seconded that the Speaker now do take the chair. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The Speaker will now take the chair. I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the bill, making amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House has reported that the whole House has gone through the bill, having made amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act. As many members that are in favor will remain seated, those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act.
Order that the bill do now pass, and the title thereof be declared to be the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further third readings.
Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. Member statements. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Angliston.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple announcements. My constituency, I wanted the following schools, C.H. Reeves, R.M. Daly, and Richland Primary, to know that I'm about to make a presentation of some tablets to them to help with the complement of tablets in that school. those schools. And also that tomorrow there's a Zoom meeting with a representative from the Ministry of Agriculture on backyard farming. And I've circulated the link. Oh, the minister's right here. Thank you. Yes, we have Mr. Basil Miller, who he's kindly loaned to us for the purposes of doing a short tutorial on it. And just before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I was thinking while I was sitting here, there's a song by Bob Marley called Buffalo Soldier, and it was about the black soldiers who had responsibility for the Western frontier during the American Civil War. And there was a time no one ever knew they were involved because history was so rewritten, skewed, that they never knew that there were black men who fought in that Civil War. And then there's a song Bob Marley does, and this is what he says: if you know your history, then you will know where you're coming from. Then you wouldn't have to ask me who the heck I think I am. Mr. Speaker, we got to make sure history is not rewritten in this country. Our people understand the journey they feel, they understand the sacrifice and the price paid to get where we are. Politicians should not parachute in and then become the latest flavor of the day for all things. For all things, because long before us, listen here, no, I'm just, my constituents, long before us, there were great men and women, and they laid their lives down. And we got to revere that and respect it. And so I thank the people of Angleton who understood that when they elected this member for the Progressive Liberal Party, Angleton, with that newly renovated E.P. Roberts Primary School, multi-million-dollar advance, it's one of the top schools right now in the country. The minister's right here. Then they want to know what has happened and what has not happened. What they've asked me to say, we got to look at that minimum wage. I know this is probably not the best time in our lives, but the minimum wage is not cutting it. People are now working poor. We got to look at the minimum wage. And the people of Angleton have asked me to advocate at this time for when we were in office, we increased it, but it needs to be increased again because people are being marginalized by the system. So just to reiterate, tablets coming for C.H. Reeves, R.M. Bailey, Ridgeland, and the Zoom meeting with the Ministry of Agriculture tomorrow evening at 6:30 p.m. And people are excited about it, Mr. Speaker. I'm amazed. They're excited about backyard farming. I think you may be beginning a new day on this issue in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamakro.
Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to extend condolences, Speaker, and I'm quite certain that Seabreeze joins in with me and the officers over here. There's on the passing of Assistant ASP Wilton Strawn, a brilliant young Bahamian Stephen Strawn, who passed away. And I think it was as a result of the son of Assistant Commissioner Wilton Strawn, and the Strawn family is also Assistant Commissioner Strawn. Has a rich history and heritage in the Royal Bahamas Police Force and has done a lot for this country. But Mr. Strawn was my senior officer, superior officer, when I served in SIV, a phenomenal gentleman. I would like to extend heartfelt condolences to his family. I pray that God will continue to bless them during this time of their bereavement. Then there's also Mr. Spence Finlayson. Unfortunately, his wife passed this morning. And Mr. And so I'd like to extend condolences to Mr. Finlayson on behalf of the Yamakro constituency. He's a constituent, he and his family, and my family and I. Mr. Finlayson, I'd like to say, has played a very important role in the service to this country. Mr. Finlayson and his family, and the entire Finlayson family. And just recently, we retained his services at the Ministry of Financial Services, especially in the Immigration Department. He had the Mystery Shopper Program that's assessing everybody in the ministry, including the minister, as I extend condolences to him. And then there's Assistant Director of Immigration Ferguson. Her father, Admiral Ferguson, Ferguson, passed away. Mr. Speaker, this is an auspicious occasion. I would like to recognize J Squad. I was a member of J Squad. We joined the Royal Bahamas Police Force on the 5th of December, 1990, some 30 years. And some of us literally turned up with a little bear box, a little stuff in hand. So I want to just congratulate all those members. Larry Roll. We've had one member of our squad who's ascended to the rank of Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Andrews. And then there's Cop Roll, who's the superintendent, and a number of other officers. One, unfortunately, passed away. And then there's the Venerable Oscar McPhee, who's a proud member of the Progressive Liberal Party. I don't think that he will win a seat, but Oscar's a near and dear friend of mine. And I just want to recognize J Squad. I know they're watching. I'm a proud member of that squad. And we want to thank the Bahamas and the people of the Bahamas for investing in us, young boys joining that organization. Has done a lot for us. So J Squad, God bless you all, love you all, and take care.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Garden Hills.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to join with my colleague, Mr. Johnson, in extending condolences to the family of Mr. Stephen Strawn. His father is a member of the Garden Hills constituency, and his family is near and dear to me. And I am sure Stephen is resting in peace. Extraordinarily good, decent human being. Mr. Speaker, to the entire family, we say, yeah, for my family, we wish Mr. Strawn well in this time of grief. And we know, and he knows, that he has my support. Speaker, I'd also like to extend condolences to a few former colleagues of mine. First, Sir Admiral Ferguson, who was a distinguished educator, a man who contributed and dedicated his entire life to education. Then there was, Mr. Speaker, the mother of former Deputy Prime Minister, who worked with me, or I worked with her, at the C.I. Gibson Junior High School. And Mr. Leonard Johnson, both also from C.I. Gibson Junior High School, who toiled and worked very hard in this life. And I say to their families that they're all resting in peace. And their memory, I'm sure, will be a blessing to every one of us. May their souls rest in peace.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to extend condolences to a number of families, the Moxie family, Buchanan family, the Mills family, who lost their loved ones and whose funerals have passed, and to a number of other families in the constituency. We're going through a very difficult time, Mr. Speaker, with numerous deaths. Some weekends, it's 4 funerals in the constituency. To the Roker family on the passing of Lawrence Roker. To the Taylor and Spence family on the passing of Louise Taylor Spence. To the Taylor family on the passing of Sheila Taylor. And of course, to the Strawn family and the passing of Glenica, better known to most of us in the community as Pookie. And then, of course, to the Smith family on the passing of Maud Smith. To the Stiles family on the passing of Neville Stiles. And Pioneers Loop has lost a number of residents in the last several weeks. And to the Russell family on the passing of Bradley, and the Roberts family on the passing of Myrtle. We are praying for you, and you are in our thoughts. God bless you.
Thank you, honorable member. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Eleuthera.
I would like to offer my condolences to the family of Mr. Maitland Bethel. Mr. Bethel was a businessman in the community of Palmetto Point who was the proprietor of Mate and Jenny's Pizza, which is a very, very popular spot. And his pizzas was one that went global. And so he passed away recently, so we offer our condolences to the Bethel family. I dare not forget a great educator, a musician, one who loved Eleuthera, who came there and made Eleuthera his home after being an educator and the district education officer in the Eleuthera, on the island of Eleuthera, Mr. Admiral Ferguson. I offer my condolences to his family. May his soul rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach.
Otherwise, thank you, sir. Extend to that family of Mr. Ferguson, longtime educator, distinguished educator in the Bahamas, tremendous gift of his service to our country. And I'd like to also extend to the family of Ms. Sarita Clark, who is our Deputy Undersecretary of Education, who lost her sister over the weekend. I'm also especially touched by the loss of Spencer's wife, Angela Finlayson. Really quite an unfortunate circumstance. I want to extend to Ms. Sherry Albury on the untimely sudden passing of her stepson. Sherry is a trusted and devoted member of our South Beach community and has been for many, many, many years. Long history of contributor to advancement and development. I want to also publicly say thank you I wish to also extend to our brother Romy, my colleague, Mr. Henfield and I were in Abaco, and upon learning of the news, it destroyed literally our evening together while we went to visit our schools in Abaco. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let light perpetual shine upon them. I wish also to send condolences to our brother Michael on the passing of his brother, our beloved Minister of Agriculture. May their souls rest.
Thank you, honorable member. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Fox Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much appreciated. Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer condolences to some of the families in my constituency. Saturday was really a very sad day in Foxville. There were 3 people and 3 women. Mothers, Miss Butler from Step Street, the north side of Step Street, and Francella Pratt from Foxville Road. Again, the eastern side of Foxville Road North. Both of those areas are actually in the St. Anne's constituency. But as you know, Foxville is a village. And being the MP for Foxville, the constituency boundary does not divide us because we're all family in that area. And so those were those 2 funerals. And then, of course, Lillian Murphy, she was a Moss. She had just lost her husband about 66 days ago. And then she died soon after that. So it's been very, very difficult on the family. So Saturday was that kind of day in Foxville. I would also like to add my condolences to those of South Beach, to Sherry Albury and her stepson Carlson African Bain. Carlson was my constituent, and he was very passionate about the work he did. Very passionate young man. And he loved his work and he loved his F&M, and he died very suddenly and unexpectedly Saturday. So my condolences and prayers are with that family. And also to my colleague, Tony Pereira, and his wife, Erica, and the whole family. Heartfelt condolences. Can't begin to realize what you're going through, but just know that our thoughts, our prayers are with you, and we are praying for you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Orlando Landlord Miller. He's also of the Coastal constituency, and he has won what's called the Rhythm of Gospel Award. Two awards. That's two, right? Okay. He won those awards, and they were presented in Alabama. Unfortunately, he couldn't travel there because of the COVID, but this is another Bahamian musician who's doing well on the international stage. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to leave this last with the Minister for the Public Service. I have spoken about this during the budgetary period, and I know the country right now is in a bind financially. But I think we can do something now and perhaps make the payment at another time that's more convenient. But I have a constituent that's been designated a trainee for 15 years. It can't be right. It can't be right. And I must stand here on her behalf because she feels it, and she sees me as her representative and her champion. And I must be her champion in this place. So I'm asking you, I'm imploring you, please, let's make that adjustment to this public service employee, 15 years, a trainee. So I'm counting on you. I implore you, please. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to add my voice to my many colleagues who would have offered condolences to the various persons who passed. I want to add my condolences to my brother here from Marco City on the passing of his brother. Mr. Speaker, it was just Friday evening when I got the call about the son of our brother Pereira. And I had my wife call the Finlayson household for directions so that I would go and sit with Romy. She spoke with Laurie. Laurie was very upset. And now to hear of the passing of Spencer's wife, which I know is a double whammy for that Finlayson family. I honestly can't say that I know how they feel, but I know that they're hurting, and that is a family that is near and dear to me. And so I just want them to know that my thoughts and prayers are with them. And I want to say to Romy and his household, the same setup. I should be back soon.
Thank you, honorable members. There being no further member statements, just want to remind members there are still just a few members left to make, in terms of making their contribution to persons of disability. On Wednesday last, we all agreed to make a contribution of $100 to persons with disabilities. And just a few members remain. So those persons would know who they are. I would suggest that you contact the clerk as soon as possible so that we can make this a Christmas presentation. I think we have just one more session before Christmas. Appointments of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, wish to renew all the notices.
in the name of the officers.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bahamas Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I renew all notices in the name of the government. And Mr. Speaker, I do move that the House do adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 16th of December, 2020.
Honorable Members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to Wednesday, the 16th of December at 10 a.m. As many members are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 16th of December.
Honorable Members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 16th of December. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 16th of December.
All right.